and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today. We are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes, but if you would like to get on the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 23 or more, 4 cards for a donation, of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. I'll be doing a reading giveaway when we get to 50K likes. So make sure you are tapping that screen, and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing today is we will be doing a giveaway for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. So I wish you a lot of luck if you are participating in that giveaway as well. But first and foremost, before we get started, most important question: how are you doing today? Scale of 1 to 10. There are no wrong answers. Let me know how you're feeling energetically today. How are you grounding in all of this Gemini energy? Do you like it? Do you not like it? And I got to tell you right now, it's going to be a bit of a grab bag. It's just there's no other way to kind of describe it. It's going to be a little bit of a grab bag in relationality to how you're doing right now with this energy. We're just going to keep talking about this. Gemini energy can feel really exciting. There can be a lot going on, a lot of working through things, right? At the same time, it can sometimes feel somewhat, as my pen falls, it can sometimes feel a bit overwhelming. It can feel like there's a lot happening at once. Your mind could feel like it's racing. You could potentially feel like it's a little bit hard to focus. This is one of the reasons I mentioned making sure that you are entering this particular Gemini season, particularly after coming out of that new moon in Gemini, with a very strong focus on one's manifestation goals. Why are we feeling like this right now? Not only are we in Gemini season, we've got Jupiter in Gemini. We've got Mercury in Gemini. And Uranus isn't in Gemini, but it's very, very close to the meridian of Gemini. So this can potentially create a lot of feelings of mood swings. It can create a lot of peaks and troughs as you may feel with your own energy levels. It could create a lot of that stop-start type of energy as well. We've also had the fact that Saturn has transited recently into Aries. And so this can also be difficult in the space of patience. One of the things about both Gemini and Aries that they share in common has to do with navigating some path work related around patience. Now, we've talked about this and the fact that Aries, it's not that Aries don't have patience, but they don't have a lot of it. It's the patience that needs to be met with progress. The ability to be able to track progress right now is going to help through any of the feelings of frustration that you might be having. Gemini has to do with prioritization, right? Often those with Gemini placements have to work through the fact of thinking about what they could be doing instead or trying to do something more effectively. So if you're even in the space of working through communication right now in terms of finding efficiencies, if you're going to tell me that you're working through having conversations about what plans are, where things are going, working through stagnancy, potentially feeling the stagnancy of the self, right? A little bit of that frustration may be coming up in relationality to where one aspires to be versus where you may find yourself now. I'm going to say it again. If you're experiencing this, focusing on manifestation goals right now is key. Not just focusing on manifestation goals, but also making sure that you're able to prioritize them, right? Want to avoid burnout. You want to avoid burnout during Gemini season because the possibility of feeling the sense of burnout with all of this Gemini energy popping around is very high. I keep on describing this right now as welcome to multi-ball, okay? If you like pinball or you're pinball aficionado. Now, this may be having a different impact depending on where you find yourself on frequency cycles. For masculine and feminine energy right now in separation, I just keep on seeing that a lot of the partnerships that are coming together right now are those magician partnerships. Now, I keep on seeing this is a beautiful time right now for a lot of these relationships. These are relationships that are prioritizing authenticity of self above all. But that is not easy work. It is doing the hard part first. And a lot of that energy that's coming into union right now is healing from the false construct of rejection, recognizing and identifying that again, it's not a cliche. Rejection is redirection. That if but so long as we are in a space that we are feeling the sense of majesty of the self, the ability to appreciate who we are, to recognize what we're working on, to identify what we're working on. When we meet someone that's not necessarily in alignment with us, we don't take it personally. That doesn't mean that it doesn't hurt, right? It doesn't mean that we don't work through a little bit of that frustration as it relates to working through disappointment. But if these are even energetic connections that are moving through unalignment with more rapidity, right? Not feeling devastated, maybe just working through like a bit of disappointment, moving forward. Even this is leading to faster alignment. And the thing that we're seeing that's happening for a lot of these relationships, though, is it's also difficult because we saw, and we're reading on it a couple days ago, a lot of those same relationships are recognizing and healing via the space of contradiction, right? The moment that you articulate something that you could not necessarily see before, the gift that we have in communication, in being able to work something out outside of the self and receiving another person's perspective that kind of brings us into an ability to see something with more clarity. This is not easy, right? There could be a lot of frustration that is being potentially released in some of those connections, but it's the refreshing frustration in being able to find someone that is in alignment with you as it relates to how you perceive something. It's like I keep on getting the message that it's like having your view clarified or having the affirmation of a view in the sense of being able to articulate something to another and having that moment of saying, if there's something I've missed, let me know. And them saying, no, it seems like you're pretty accurate in that. Now, for masculine and feminine that are coming into divine union, these are a lot of the chariot partnerships that we saw that were coming together from between the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus stationed direct behind Neptune just a few weeks ago. These are a lot of those relationships that were prioritizing stability beyond anything else, the ability to find counterpart that is reliable, the ability to build consistency that allows one to move into the inner sanctum of the higher self. But this is also a very difficult time for some of that energy because we saw that for a lot of that energy, being able to recognize and identify that when we say that we find peace in partnership, it's not because we go to partnership because that's where everything is easy, but it's the ability to see where the work begins, to be able to identify something about the self that you want to improve upon, something that you couldn't see before, right? The revelation of the journey that we identify with the stabilization point that we find in partnership. There's a lot of conversation there. There's a lot of introspection. And there's also potentially a lot of opportunities that of potentially feeling triggered. But what we see is beautiful is these are relationships that are finding stabilization through their triggers. They're not projecting them out onto each other. They're walking them through, they're talking them out, moving from the heart to throat chakra to allow an ability to heal something that they could not heal before because they simply could not see it. But it's also very difficult because we see for a lot of those partnerships, this is the recognition point that we don't heal from trauma to make room for more trauma. We heal from trauma to be able to make room for the joy that we find and the ability to stabilize through it. They're learning how to put their weapons down, very much in Cancer energy right now. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's deep within divine union. And I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union, this is justice energy. But there's a lot of Scorpio in it as well. It feels like justice card that's transiting out of justice. I'm still trying to identify what that transition is. But what we're effectively seeing is this is the observation that when we find balance, it allows us to transform. It allows us to adapt. And Gemini energy is all about adaptability, right? New ability to adapt via the finding a deeper level of balance in the self. This is kind of a cumulative work that we often identify between Taurus and Gemini, because Taurus shows us how much we're able to hold, right? It works us in the space of majesty, where Gemini then comes into the space of array. So that ability of identifying and feeling that new stabilization point as it relates to the expectations of the self or of the partnership is allowing a lot of the opening of possibility in relationality to what is before them. It's not easy work. There could be a lot of conversations right now on planning, setting new intentions, charting, appreciating that course of change, and potentially building into the adaptability of what is ahead or what lies ahead. So a lot of this, it feels very much like heavy planning energy. But planning, like not over, I keep on saying plan careful planning, right? Baby steps, working in the direction of new possibilities via I keep on seeing committed and consistent change. Now that is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. If you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over on the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where we keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 giveaways today. We'll be doing a giveaway when we get to 50K likes. Guys, we're already at 500 likes. Make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 50K in no time. We will also be doing a giveaway between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read to the highest gifter. So I wish you a lot of luck in your participating in that one as well. But let me know how you're feeling today. And I told you, like, it's a little bit of a grab bag. I would say that, like, the thing with Gemini energy is for some, it can feel exciting. For some, it might feel a little bit more anxiety based. If you're feeling more of that anxiety energy right now, I really want you moving it into excitement. Hi there, how are you doing today, Rach and Dree? Welcome, Regina. I'm not feeling myself less lately. I'm feeling a bit restless. Shri, I'm sending you so much support in that direction. As I mentioned, make sure that you're resting a lot right now. Make sure that you're hydrating. And when you're feeling a little bit shiftless, I want you to make sure that you're focusing and writing down those manifestation goals and prioritizing them, right? Like moving towards your bliss right now is going to be very helpful. Hi there, Sarah. Adam, thank you for those gifts. Good to see you today. Yeah, Catherine, your subscription's ending soon. If you would like to renew. Oh, I'm here, Adam. Good to see you, dear. Grand Rising. Heather, hope you're doing well today. A 7, we like a 7. A 7 is good. Dreams were busy last night. I mean, listen, I would not be surprised if you're having a lot of dreams right now. We're also the dreams are going to be kind of weird. We're going through a Pluto retrograde right now. Pluto retrograde between now until October 13th. That's a very long time. And I feel like a lot of it, I keep on describing this Pluto retrograde energy as the haunted house in the summertime. Just something that you're working through because you're able to face it because it doesn't scare you as much anymore. But it's it's probably coming up in the dream space in weird ways. Hi there, Adam. I feel a bit blue today. I have lots of alone space, yet I have no energy. So like I said, and I like to point this out, if you're feeling like this, Adam, right now, this is how we can always take a page from the recent cycles books. What would Taurus say about that? Go get yourself a little treat. You know what I mean? It's all right, little treats, right? Building into the space of being able to give yourself those little motivators right now may potentially help if some of this energy is becoming a little exhaustive for you. Same. Thank you, Lisa, for being here. It's been crazy in my mind space recently. It's all of this Gemini energy, Lisa. It's multi-ball, you know. It's like it's a lot, you know, like your mind races and it can make you really tired. Sluggish today. Uranus is playing with my emotions right now. And I gotta tell you, and that's why I'm gonna keep on saying this over and over and over again. We've got eclipse rules apply right now. Eclipse rules apply. Don't be talking from a place of annoyance. Don't be talking from a place of profound frustration. You know, make sure what you're saying is in alignment with what your intentions are, because that's the only thing I'm seeing here. Between all of the stuff in Gemini or Aries, it can work on being like annoyed. It can work in the space of being like tired or irritable. So, you know, make sure that you're prioritizing care of self and not being irritable in the process. All right. And thank you, Hannah, for the follow. Grand Rising. I'm doing well, dear. How are you doing? You're so welcome. Thank you for being here. Oh, we appreciate Virgos here. This energy can feel a little exhaustive for Virgos too. I got to tell you, right? Because, and again, for like, I think that this can feel a little bit like a rut for Capricorn energy right now. For Virgos, it could feel same. So make sure that you're doing things in productive ways. I'm so glad that you needed to hear this. I'm so glad these messages help. And Wit, hi, thank you for the follow, dear. Grand Rising Marie, so good to see you today. Grand Rising Hannah, so good to see you. Oh, hold on a minute. Happy to catch you too, Carly. Lots of dreams. Well, and just a reminder, we do dream interpretations here. If you would like to have your dream interpreted, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can post it over there in the place in the allocated channels for it. Any Gemini is having a lot expensive. Thank you for that beautiful gift. Good to see you today, dear. Gemini is having a lot of chest constriction, not medical, like heaviness. Okay, so as long as it's not medical. You know, the thing about the Gemini energy is it can have a lot of the impact on the space of the lungs. So that does make sense because we know we've got Taurus in the shoulders, we've got Gemini in the lungs. I feel like it's a lot of like, I'll point it this way. You know, like I like to describe Gemini as like, that felt good to get off of my chest, right? Like, so if you're feeling like you're doing a lot of heart chakra work right now, you know, and that's what I'm going to say, okay? There are things that feel good to get off the chest, and there are things that are good to get off the chest. So make sure, I'm going to just keep on begging you guys to do this. It's not that you can't be spontaneous during Gemini season, but make sure that you are being spontaneous with intention. Okay? Eclipse rules apply right now. All right? No harebrained ideas that or no something that feels good, that is like it feels good to do but isn't in alignment to you. Okay? A peaceful 10, Marie. We like a peaceful 10. That's good. Hi there, bookcase. Good to see you today. Definitely feeling the fatigue. Yeah, just make sure that you're resting up right now and hydrating. Yes, thank you, Denise. I got 2 new ones. Oh, I know. I told you it feels a lot like an eclipse in here. It's a pseudo eclipse. Last week when we had Mercury in Taurus and Saturn was transiting, it was like a pseudo Mercury retrograde. Hi there, Heather. Yeah, this could be feeling a little, you know, for Virgos right now. I can see it can probably feel like there's some stuff that's like getting under your skin, but make sure that you're not and I keep on hearing too, listen to me, change for change's sake right now. Change for change's sake is not a manifestation goal. Okay. So if you make sure you're making any changes right now, make sure you're not doing them out of irritation. Make sure that you're doing, like, there's a lot of intentionality there. Yep. Beautiful. Thank you. Hi there. Also, got a bunch of Virgos here today. Hi, OG. Good to see you, dear. I'm a Virgo. I almost abandoned everything to become a monk in Thailand last week. I'm telling you, that's the type of energy I'm talking about, OG. And here's the thing I'm going to say to you. Okay. if we are on eclipse rules, which means if there's something you've had your if you've had your heart set on something and you use this energy to like lock into gear and to make that change, then I'm okay with that type of change. But if this is something that like this wild hair of an idea right now, I'm not saying it's not the right thing to do. I'm saying like, how do you test a good egg? You sit on it. Okay. Let's just, if it's a good idea in 5 minutes, it'll be a good idea in 5 hours. It'll be a good idea in like, just give it a little bit of time, okay? Thank you as well, expensive. And Catherine, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. What's funny, expensive? What are we talking about that's funny? Oh, thank you, Catherine. Good to see you today. Yeah, it feels like chakra energy. I would not be surprised if there's things ping-ponging back and forth between the chakras right now. I've already picked a monastery as a backup option. You see, there you go. Again, backup plans, things like that. That's good to do with this type of energy. Just, as long as you've got the intentionality. I'm in a park on this beautiful sunny day to walk in the sun, meditate. I'm feeling so good and peaceful. That's wonderful, Marie. Absolutely beautiful way to spend today. And Lucy, your subscription's ending soon, dear, if you'd like to renew. Hi there, Apple user 998. So friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. A couple of updates before we do. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who participated in our recent tarot class on the death card. Our next tarot class is going to be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I am so excited to teach this class. It is such a beautiful card. We are going to be talking about, we're going to be walking through the symbolism of the card, the history of the card. I'm going to be working you guys through spread applications, so how you can read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, is head on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a subscriber, have access to as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library class archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you guys an update, to give you guys information on what we've studied prior to the next class, but now's a great time to join because you still have time to catch up if you wanted to catch up. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've studied thus far. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also have access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to the option of receiving a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also post my mystic meditation articles there, which are going to give you a shortened version of what we've been seeing energetically in article form. I just posted one recently walking us through what to expect with this Gemini new moon energy. You can check it out over there. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my students that are seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your journey at a discounted rate. I'm also very happy to offer now dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. If you purchase a dream interpretation reading package, I would encourage you to start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. You will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But let me know how you guys are doing today. Good to see you, Miss Melissa. I hope you're having a beautiful start to your day. Lucy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew, my dear. Good to see you, Kay Megan. Oh my gosh, thank you. I know. It was fun. They were very ouchy. Top of the hand. Not a fun place to get tattooed. How are you doing, Jess? Good to see you today. Nisha, thank you so much for those roses. Thank you as well, Miss Melissa. And please please welcome our moderator, Kay Megan, in. I hope you're having a beautiful day, Kay. Expensive. So the way it works is the gift of a baby dragon will get you on the list for a reading, and we'll also be doing a contest between now and the conclusion of the daily collective read. Whoever gives the highest or the most gifts will win a reading. So thank you so much. You are in the running for that right now with 2.2K. So, and thank you guys so much who are participating in that contest. All right. Easier to keep track of. Very true. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. As I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the third person read for. Also, if you have information that is relevant for today's reading, for instance, if you have something you'd like to share with me, a dream, for instance, that you would like me to interpret, or a past life reading that you would like to get more information on, you can post the information in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. And hold on a minute, just putting in the offer here. We do here, if you are interested in getting on the list, we do dream interpretation, highest priority messages from spirit, angelic guidance. We also do pet readings, animal spirit guide readings, mediumship readings. You can see the full list that we read for over on the tree that has Binks in it in my Lio. If you are joining us across any of the other apps as well, you can also get on the list today via those same methods. All right. Yes, they are, Kay. Making sure I'm on today. Yep, Grace, I've got you. You are first on the list today, and you'll also be getting an additional card in your reading. Thank you for getting on the list sooner rather than later. Good to see you, dear. Yep, I got you. Morning. How you doing today, Deb? You're so welcome, Grace. Oh, I know it is. It's a little hard to see because it's got kind of like the matting on it, but I'm very excited to show you guys once it's healed up. All right, friends, as I mentioned, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list is open. And we are already at 3.9K likes. When we get to 50K, please remember I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. Oh, you were just wondering that the other day. Look at that. You had foresight on it. I do now. It is a very ouchy place. But I mean, like, I had a fantastic artist but it is an ouchy, ouchy spot. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who would like to catch these readings live will be here to receive it. Oh, Kuan Yin. Absolutely beautiful. I've got a statue of her right over here. She's behind me. I love that. I was like, I don't think she does, but I think she might one day. Look at you, Kay. Look at that. Meow. You look how on point you are. Look how on point you are. Beautiful gift. All right, friends. That said, no better time than the present. Oh my goodness, please do. I love the fact that we've got the tattoo channel on the Discord now. I had to remove it. I accidentally created two. I fixed that today. All right. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we? I was expecting something like runes on the fingers, but I've got words on the fingers though. So you were very close. Okay, you nailed it. All right, friends. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Saturday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Saturday, May 31st, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are starting our day off with today. King of, oh my goodness. Oh, Lordy. King of Cups in its reversal in combination, oh geez, in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. Masculine and feminine energy right now is in Crankyville, okay? Welcome to Crankyville, population cranky. Why is the energy so cranky right now? All right, let's walk through. Okay, but I gotta tell you, all right, okay, look, okay. I'm good. Okay, how to explain this? Okay, so let me walk you guys through this again. I was trying to tell you guys this was going to happen. So Gemini energy can be it's very dynamic. It's very exciting. There's a lot of stuff going on at once. Okay, it's like carnival energy. But you ever been like at a carnival and you're like there's so much that you start feeling like kind of like disoriented because there's like so much of it. It can create a little bit of this feeling of energetic burnout. I keep on saying, remember, go over to my Mystic Meditations article that I posted over on the Substack. I was talking about how to navigate this energy. What was the mantra that we were articulating about, right? We were talking about the importance when there's a lot going on because we've got so much of this Gemini energy to make sure, right, to set one's own pace, okay? Working into the space of being able to be adaptable, being able not to feel rushed through things, taking your time, being energetically methodical, because I want to describe this like a little bit of Gemini energy is pinball. We've got Mercury in Gemini right now. We've got Jupiter in Gemini right now. And Uranus isn't in Gemini, but may as well be because it is very close to the meridian of crossing over into Gemini. So that ability of doing so and right working into the space of not allowing oneself to get overly exhausted, building into the space of being able to set one's own pace, right? Being intentional. Eclipse rules apply right now because, and what does that mean? If you're feeling spontaneous, it's not that you can't be spontaneous right now, but please be spontaneous with intention, okay? Because one of the things that we often work through, all right, one of the things that we often work through when we're going through Gemini cycles is recognizing and identifying the difference between being fickle and being pragmatic, okay? What is being pragmatic? Pragmatism is the ability to focus on a manifestation goal, right? to have that line of sight in terms of what it is that you're trying to do. And what do we do with a healthy manifestation goal? Help me see, right? We look for how to reach it. We identify what we need to change within the self. And we are adaptable in the space of being able to recognize how we get there, right? That is not coming into the space of compromising the things that are important to us, but it allows the context of being able to find the strength to be able to see how one can change in order to move into better service and into better alignment with one's own manifestation goals. But it's not easy, right? And a lot of this work right now can feel very frustrating. Now, what is being fickle? Fickle is being too irritable, right? It sometimes articulates as the desire to change for the sake of change. But what is often hidden behind the desire to change for the sake of change is not being able to navigate that space of consistency, right? When we're too much in the space of aversion, it can make us too changeable. And those with Gemini placements often have to work through this in their own cycles, right? Healing from things like the fear of missing out or trying to do too many things at once, right? Navigating the space of being able to be adaptable, but adaptable for a purpose. Now, what we're effectively seeing, and this is why I said eclipse rules apply right now, because just like I mentioned, like a week ago, if you were to say to me, hey, if you wanted to like make the feeling of like a Mercury retrograde without there actually being a retrograde, what would you do? I would have basically told you what we saw last week. I would have said, okay, I would stick Mercury in Taurus and it would make Saturn move into Aries, right? Things moving much slower than you expect, and a lot of the past resurfacing. Now, if you were to say to me, hey, if you were trying to like make an eclipse energy without an eclipse, what would you do? I'm like, I don't know. You could throw all the planets into Gemini's jar and just shake it and see what happens. Like that's pretty much what we have right now. So I want you to remember that. If you're getting some kind of great idea right now, write it down. If it's a good idea now, it'll be a good idea in 5 minutes. Okay. It'll be a good idea in 5 hours. And if there's something that you want to do, if there's something that you want to do right now that you've had your intention on doing, right? And you feel that little like that if you get that you're like Taurus and Uranus, like meh, like just being like, I'm gonna just do it, like that's okay too, because it's moving you towards your manifestation goals. I don't want anyone making a change right now because they're irritated or they're annoyed, right? It's not gonna it's gonna not necessarily, and the thing about it is this type of energy, High Priestess in its reversal, King of Cups in its reversal, it can create a lot of that feeling. It can create a lot of those feelings of exhaustion. So I want you to be, again, we're going to take a page. We can always take a page from the previous cycle's book. How would Taurus handle this? Give yourself a little treat. Follow your bliss right now. If you're feeling tired or if you're feeling exhausted in this energy, follow your bliss a bit, right? Give yourself those moments of easement. Now, for masculine, I feel like there's a lot of emotional exhaustion that I'm potentially seeing here. But that ability, I keep on saying that ability of being able to communicate upon the feelings, right? And I'm going to stress this, making sure, this is really important right now, making sure that you're not miscommunicating something, okay? Because here's the thing that I'm also seeing with a lot of this Gemini energy, it's too easy to get your wires crossed, all right? Too many things at once. So make sure that if you're communicating your feelings, masculine, especially if you're experiencing exhaustion, you're not accidentally creating the space of another feeling like you're directing that exhaustion towards them, right? Make sure that you're in that space of being able to articulate about the fact that you may be feeling emotionally overwhelmed, but that's not necessarily coming from a person. It's coming from the work of the self. For feminine right now, I see the same. If feminine is feeling a bit reticent right now, if feminine is in that moment of contemplation, making sure to communicate in such a way to allow the masculine to understand that that isn't necessarily something that's being brought forth from them, but something that one is feeling. There's a lot, I keep on saying, it's a lot of pensive energy right now. But that's why, and I would not be surprised if there isn't a lot of activation today between masculine and feminine energy. Because you guys always ask me, hey, when are these energies in alignment? I'd say this to right now, this is like an alignment day. But when energies align like this, you don't see a lot of activation because they're kind of like in the same vibration. Okay. Center card for today's spread. There it is. We've got our Six of Wands in its upright. And I feel like this is what I'm kind of sensing right now. This is like a lot going on kind of energy. There's a feeling of anticipation that this Gemini energy often brings, but even in the space of that, anticipation can feel very energetically exhausting. Holding, have you ever noticed that when you're anticipating something, you feel you can get very exhausted. You're like, ah, you know what I mean? Like, and so I want you to kind of recognize this right now. If you're feeling this or you're working through something in this capacity, I just keep on seeing that that ability of effectively being productive, right? Like talking and working through what feels energetically productive. Like I'm almost seeing energy right now feeling exhausted for no reason. Like everything feeling fine, but just feeling like kind of like a little bit energetically wiped out right now. I feel like I keep on seeing this has a lot to do with the fact that we've just got a lot of energy in Gemini right now, right? It's like it's almost like the desire to like it's a desire to kind of build in a little bit of that pacing, the desire to like move something into a little bit more of that slowness. I feel like a lot of this is having to do also with the fact that we see that what's occurring right now is Jupiter is about to transfer into Cancer at the same time that Uranus is basically transiting into Gemini. So working through that right now, I keep on seeing if this energy is feeling like it's wearing you thin, I want you to think about productive planning. I want you to think about like working towards those manifestation goals. Now for masculine and feminine energy in separation, you know, there's something really profound that I'm seeing is happening. And it has a lot to do with the fact that I'd identified that we've been talking through the fact that these are a lot of there's a lot of these magician partnerships that are coming together right now. And everything about this, I keep on hearing that these relationships are very bittersweet, right? Because there's a lot of processing that's happening in some of these partnerships. The ability to observe what was missing in past relationship. And I keep on seeing like this is like I keep on seeing like there's I keep on it's like making room for the hurt feelings of healing from relationships potentially where someone felt like they were articulating the fact that they love someone, but it didn't really seem clear whether they liked them. That can almost feel like we're in a relationship that is conditional on us changing, right? And this is why I see that if this is a vibration of relationship where these new partnerships are coming together and they're articulating upon what their failure points are or what they consider what were considered or deemed as flaws in past relationship, and someone is saying in that moment, I don't see that as a flaw, I see that as the best part about you, right? This is the type of overwhelming catharsis that may be coming through in some of these relationships because alignment is often the ability. One of the ways we can identify that we're in alignment is when we feel like we are seen through eyes that see us as divine. And there's something about being able to have that moment of I keep on seeing it almost feels like the energy is feeling the forgiveness that they were seeking to be the self in the present relationship, what happens in that moment brings back a lot of feelings about the past, right? A lot of complicated feelings from the past bubble up to the surface. But what I'm seeing is happening for a lot of these energies in separation is it's not like the bubbling up to the surface that brings someone back. It's the energetic release. It's the ability to acknowledge what was potentially missing in the past relationship cycle. And that was the ability to be held in one's authenticity. Fourth and fifth cards in our 5 card spread for today. Mhm. We've got here the Four of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Emperor in its upright. So I just keep on seeing that there's something, there's a lot of this. Jupiter's about to transit into Cancer. And the one thing I'm seeing is Jupiter in Cancer can be very sentimental. It can be very sentimental, but it can also bring up a lot of nostalgia, is what I'm seeing. And what I'm also identifying here is and this is like, I got to tell you, it feels to me like there's something important happening here with the fact that we've got Jupiter about to move into Cancer and we've got Saturn in Aries. Um, and I think that a lot of it is saying to me when I'm seeing these these two planets in combination here, because this is what the Six of Pentacles with the Emperor seems to be indicating is I'm hearing this for the energy that's coming into divine union. This is the energy that is doing a lot of the work in Gemini, because we talked about the fact that often when we're going through Gemini cycles, we have to recognize not just what it is to enter into a manifestation, but the fact that a manifestation is one that we identify the fact that we are also changing within it, right? And we see even now that that space of trying to put the weapons down, trying to identify and recognize, letting go of something that you needed to protect the self and outside of partnership, but now is the thing that you're trying to work to remove, right? This is a lot of the energy that is understanding what we mean when we say that peace is not found, it's made. And it's that ability to be able to be consistent, right? The ability to be able to continue to work in that. It feels like the energy of finding the strength to do so, but it's not easy, right? This is energy that's like getting stronger in vulnerability, but it's like that strength. It's like the strength of peace is what I keep on hearing. Um, for masculine and feminine energy, deep within divine union right now, clarification between our King of Cups and its reversal, in combination with our High Priestess in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that 10 of Cups in its reversal. I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, a lot of the beauty of those partnerships is being able to articulate and communicate upon navigating frustrations. And why are we seeing that a lot of that energy is potentially articulating upon frustrations? Because often in those moments that we feel that we're being worn thin, right? Often in those moments that we get very hard on ourselves, what is the help that we find in healthy restorative partnership? It helps pull us back, okay? It helps pull us back into ourselves, right? It helps us get a grip, as it were. And I like this because this is the energy deep within divine union, that when they start to feel energetically overwhelmed, they're able to navigate and give each other that grip, right? They're able to see where you may be like overly like working in the space of getting too hard on the self. So I keep on feeling like this is a lot of the energy, feeling a little bit of that energetic exhaustion, and then feeling that strengthening of the partnership that helps one like kind of I keep on hearing reorient or find one's own center. Continuing to get clarification here between our high priestess in its reversal in combination with our six of wands and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify? Ace of cups in its reversal. A lot of Cancer energy in this reading. A lot of Cancer energy. I feel like a reason we're seeing this right now. I'm going to have to figure out why I'm seeing so much Cancer energy. But I have a feeling that it has to do with the fact that the thing with Gemini energy is all about connection. Gemini energy is all about connection. Gemini energy almost craves connection to a certain extent, right? It's that ability to be able to, I keep on seeing, it's the ability to be able to feel like, to feel the energetic connections that you can make outside of the self, right? Geminis identify this intrinsically. This is why you see that like most Geminis are very, like they're very sociable to a certain extent, right? Because that ability of being able to be energetically adaptable or connective, it creates a lot of that ability of being able to feel the vibrancy of energetic connection. Now, the thing I'm noticing that may be happening right now, and I'm just going to tell you right now, and I'm going to give you guys like a little bit of wariness right now. There may be um, frustration that may feel like it's coming up right now as it relates to either feeling energetically overwhelmed in the relationality of connections or feeling a little bit of this Cancerian hermit energy and wanting to pull back on things. But that's why I feel like this is a little bit of the frustration that we may be experiencing right now, because I keep on seeing that it's not like it's making everybody feel the same way. It's making everybody just feel a lot of complication in the space of energetic connections, right? I see a lot of it just like working on something, trying to identify and refine what one can be doing better. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that's in separation, this is actually feeling like the most beneficial area of all of the energy right now, because that ability of recognizing and identifying the relationship built on genuine authenticity, the genuine authenticity that we experience when another finds us and delights in what they see. I see a lot of energy right now that is experiencing that blush is what I keep on hearing. But in the moment that they feel that, they're also remembering the relationship that felt it was more conditional on changing in ways that they did not aspire or desire to change, right? We talked a lot about the fact that a lot of the messages that have been coming through ever since we entered Gemini season is, you know, if you don't want to change, don't enter a relationship. Relationship is where we go to change, right? Relationship in any context changes us. But when we're in healthy relationship, we delight in that change. It feels like we are transforming. It feels like we are evolving. It feels like we're finding ourselves. But when we're in unhealthy connection, it feels like we are contorting. It feels like we're breaking. It feels like we're changing in ways that does not feel supportive to ourselves. And this is why I see that for a lot of the energy right now, there is something fundamental that's happening in these connections, because they're both experiencing the vitality and the vibrance of being more in their authenticity than they ever have before. And when we are in our authenticity, when we stop trying and we start being, we become a beacon for the energy that's in alignment to us. And when we find energy that likes what they see, right? And we start to build into what could become, it immediately brings to the surface the glaring obvious thing that we might not have been able to see in the past in relationality to those energetic connections, wherein it may have felt like another was trying to change us or bring us into those spaces of not necessarily like feeling like we're losing ourselves in relationship and feeling lost, right? So I keep on hearing there's a lot of this amplification of being able to make connections right now and connecting the dots. Welcome to Gemini season, right? Like if you like connecting the dots, let me tell you, Gemini season is a great place to be. But sometimes when we connect the dots on stuff like that, it can feel very energetically overwhelming. This brings us to a lot of the energy that's coming into divine union, clarification between our Six of Wands in combination with our Four of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now with our Eight of Pentacles in its upright. This is a lot of the energy. I keep on hearing there's some energy. These are the chariot partnerships. These are the chariot partnerships that were coming together between the time that Mars stationed direct up until the time that Mercury and Venus both stationed direct behind Neptune after that recent eclipse. And the thing about this is I keep on seeing this is energy that it's like new assignment energy. And I keep on hearing this is the energy that says, never like they're taking the things that used to be weapons. They're taking the things that used to have to protect them and they're crafting them into tools, right? This is how we heal from trauma. There's something heavy in Chiron going on. What's going on with Chiron right now? Because yeah, this is the energy right now that is taking the weapons. They're learning. It's actually feeling like Capricorn because they're turning the weapons into tools. They're taking something that they used to need to protect themselves and they're turning it into something that feels like it creates. This is what we do in healthy relationship. It's not about letting go of trauma. We never let go of trauma. We can't let go of trauma. If you could let go of trauma, it wouldn't be trauma. Trauma is the pain that sticks. But when we're in the healthy relationship, we learn to take the weapons and make them into tools. We're able to find something energetically productive to do with them. I would not be surprised right now if energy coming into divine union is taking on new hobbies, taking on new skills. He's giving me like a lot of hobbying right now, like a lot of that concentration in moving something into a space where it feels like productive and positive. While for masculine and feminine deep within divine union, clarification between our, we got double sixes. We got, wow, wait, we got one. No, we got lots of four energy today. We've got Four of Pentacles in combination with the Emperor, which is also a four card. Can I get one card to clarify? Wow, yeah, it's working in the array. And so here's the thing with it, the thing with we talk about with, I like to point this out. This is what's nice about Gemini season. And this is why I don't want you doing anything frustrated right now. Because if you feel like you're seeing something that you couldn't see before, like you're seeing it exactly when you need to see it. I feel like somebody needs to hear that. There's like, it's Gemini season. It's easier to connect the dots. Like when you've got these many planets in Gemini, it's giving me a lot of this, like, it's giving me a lot of the gang's all here kind of energy. It's giving me a lot of this like space in being able to put things together. But also like I keep on seeing, I like it because, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy deep within divine union right now, it's allowing for a lot of creativity. It's allowing for a lot of possibility. It's working in the array because, and I like, and this is the combination that we talked about that often happens between Taurus into Gemini, because Gemini into Taurus into Gemini talks about, like, Taurus talks about the groove, something that you do over and over again until you could do it with your eyes closed. and then like, and you feel like it feels like it's impossible, and then you can't even like, and suddenly like you do it with your eyes closed, right? Like you're not like, it's just something that you fall into with easement. And so I keep on hearing that there's a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, working on the space and understanding and recognizing that practice doesn't lead to perfect. Practice leads to an array, right? When you do something like when you learn to do something perfectly, it leads to an array of possibilities as it relates to how you can apply or what you can do with it. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now deep within divine union that is talking through new energetic possibilities as it relates to overcoming something that they've been trying to accomplish. Continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Cups and its reversal in combination with our Ace of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. Look at that. Boom. That is a Gemini read for all you can do. We got a 10 of Cups in its reversal with a 10 of Pentacles in its upright. And I like to see these two cards in combination, right? Like, because the 10 of Pentacles, Cups in its reversal with the 10 of Pentacles in its upright is something's not right on that. On that we can agree. It is what it is. Something's not right on that we can agree, because that's like what happens when we have something's not right on that we can agree opens the space of possibility in terms of what can be accomplished, right? So that ability of doing so, that ability, I keep on seeing there's a lot of energy right now connecting with those that share mutual frustration, being able to have productive conversations, right? It's a lot of that. It's a lot of, I'm just defining that there's a lot of that here. And it feels, I keep on hearing it's frustration with refreshment, right? It feels like it's frustration with refreshment, because when we feel like we're carrying something in isolation, it can often feel like, I keep on getting it can often feel, and this is why like cancers have, we're going to be talking a lot about this in cancer season. Okay. Cancers have a hard time with this. We have to air how we feel so that we can connect, right? Like it's like breaking the ice. It's like somebody has to break the ice in relationality to talking about how one feels, because then once we break the ice, then another person can say, yeah, like me too, like me too. Right? It's like it's a lot of that. And what's happening right now for for the energy and separation, I told you, it's the mutual contradiction that is happening, that is acting as the foundation of a lot of the new energetic connections. And what does that feel like when you get the connection, when you get the affirming contradiction? When you say something like, this is relationship, where they're building in and being like, yeah, this is somebody, I was in a relationship with someone that kept on saying I'm not right, right? And in that moment, then another person says, I don't see anything wrong, right? I know, follow along with me here, right? Of somebody working through something and saying, yeah, this is something I need to fix within the self. And another person saying, I don't really see that, right? Like, this is the definition of the contradiction between the difference in building with someone that, again, has that moment of saying, I like you just the way you are. And in the moment that someone says, I like everything I see, it gives us clarity in terms of something from the past where it may felt like someone was trying to like put something on us in a way to make us feel like we have to like let go of something that was a part of who we are, instead of something that we aspire, desire to move towards. So I keep on seeing like that's why there's a lot of this positive or negative energy right now in relationality, these connections, because the energy is getting affirmation on something that they almost couldn't see in past partnership, right? It's like the energy that thought they were a walking contradiction until they meet someone that says it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with you. Sounds to me like blah blah blah, right? It's like the moment that you have that alignment in terms of another person sharing your perspective, that suddenly allows for like the possibility that expands, right? I told you. And this is what again, a healthy manifestation is not what we have to take on in ourselves, it's what we have to change. I told you, these are magician connections. What did they have to release to get to find one another? They had to release the fiction that there was something wrong with them in the first place. Continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Eight of Pentacles in its upright. One card to clarify. I love seeing the Devil card in its reversal. But this is what's beautiful. This is why I keep on seeing this right now. This is the recognition for a lot of the chariot partnerships that are working on finding peace. They understand like this is the work. This is energy that's working deep into Chiron right now. Oh, no wonder Venus is almost on top of Chiron right now. Peace is not found, it's made every day. And every day the unpeaceful feeling arrives, and every day you work to suppress the unpeaceful feeling. This is how we heal from trauma. It's a recognition that trauma never goes away. Like those who are healed have come from trauma. It's not like they just wake up one day and the trauma's gone. Every day they make the choice to move the trauma behind them. Every day they make the choice to build into the space of making peace. A lot of this energy here, and a lot of that is, I told you, it's swan energy, okay? Because it's that swan space where we understand that when we work on something every day, it becomes the energetic norm. I'm telling you even now, like these are energies that in the past fell out of alignment because they started to have a heart opening. And in the moment that they had a heart opening, they started projecting it out. Like they couldn't believe the peace that they found. And this is the energy that's working on believing their own ability to sustain peace, because the only way we heal is if we believe in our own ability of doing so. This is why we have to let go of those like, what does the trauma tell us? You're never going to be able to change. You're never going to be good enough. You're always going to be this way, right? And when we start to heal from the trauma, we start saying to ourselves, I believe in my own capacity to change. And it's when that ability of doing so, it's not the fact that those unhealthy thoughts don't come up, but those ability of saying, that's just the trauma talking again. Wait a minute. You just, like, baby, go away, right? And you move that away. And when you do so, right, it allows you that space of possibility. And this is why I keep on hearing when we're in healthy relationship, we talk to each other from a space of honor, right? We got Mars and Leo. These are warrior, like these are the energies that are working on the warrior lessons, which is like I keep on hearing the energy that when we and like these are Gemini lessons, right? This is why we talk about the fact that we say if you want to know someone's state of mind, see who they keep near them, because that ability of feeling that encouragement, feeling that positivity, right? When we're in the space where we hear that energetic support, it moves us, it shows the fact that we're in a space that we're ready to receive it. But often we can tell it sometimes when we're not in healthy spaces, we move more in the inclination of those that say worse things to us or say things that are damaging because we're still in the space of believing them, because in order to heal, we have to believe in ourselves. Because by believing in ourselves, we cultivate the space of seeking energy that feels restorative and vital instead of running towards something that feels like it indulges in what the trauma says about ourselves. Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Seven of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. We've got the Tower in its reversal. What a beautiful array of cards we have right now in the third space spread. We've got the Ten of Pentacles in its upright, the Devil card in its reversal, and the Tower card in its reversal. So I keep on seeing that there's something very beautiful in relationality to understanding that the ability to I keep on saying the ability to recognize and identify what feels energetically supportive is one where it always makes sense, is what I keep on hearing. Like that's what Gemini, like that's what Gemini talks about a lot too. You know, the thing is, and this is the thing that's pretty really beautiful about Gemini energy. Gemini energy is incredibly logical. Gemini energy, even when they dream, it's not the dream of like the fantasy. It's the dream that about like making like what you can do in the space of reality. There's a lot of Gemini that's like, I don't like, you know, what's the point of like Gemini's like creating dreams in the space of reality. You know what I mean? Like the energy, like Gemini's always like, why can't this just be every day? You know what I mean? Like, you know, like Gemini's like what's stopping us from just making the dream a reality? You know what I mean? Like it's a lot of that, like it's a lot of that type of event. Like you meet a Gemini, they're like, let's do it. Like that's why Gemini's like, you gotta watch what you say to Gemini. Gemini's like, let's do it. Like Gemini's will be like, I am on board. I have the schematics. We just need the right, like Gemini's like, we can do anything. We just need enough people. What does Gemini say? We can do anything. We just need to get enough people on board. Okay? Gemini is always like, we can do anything. We just need to get enough people on board. Okay. Like, and that's the thing with Gemini. Like, this is why Gemini, they don't believe in fantasy. Gemini is about making the dream a reality because Gemini always comes here with the recognition of saying anything can happen if you get enough people on board. Okay, you get enough people on board. And so, you know, and I feel like this is really, I told you it's multi-ball energy. It's multi-ball energy, right? So we've got a lot of this type of energy here with all of this Gemini energy floating around. Um, and so I feel like a lot of discussing about dreams right now. I told you this is like manifestation mode, working through those plans, right? What's it going to take to get there? Because Gemini, and this is why Gemini, like, here's the thing Gemini, and this is why you might, if you know a Gemini don't like to hear what it coulda, shouldas. Geminis don't like to hear, like, I wish. Gemini's like, why aren't you doing it? Like, Gemini and Aries are like, you know, and Aries is like, you know, because they're both going clocks ticking, right? They're going clocks ticking, right? Like, let's just do it now. Like, Gemini doesn't like to wait on things. That's why Gemini, like, you know, it's like they're like, again, this is the only thing with Aries and Gemini, their patience is like, boop, boop, boop. So I feel like, and here's the thing, like, for the energy in separation, a lot of this work, that we're identifying, it feels positive, it feels productive, but I can see some of these new relationships where it's like someone's seeing something and they're like biting their fist as they see it because they're recognizing the fact that they're recognizing the energetic alignment point in building into a relationship where never have they felt more seen, but never have they allowed themselves to be more exposed. Because we talked about this through Taurus energy. In order to be seen, you have to be exposed, right? The ability to feel the vulnerability of being able to be the self, to be able to inhabit the space of the self, right? This is the energy that understands that this journey is one that when we're able to build into our authenticity and we find someone there who loves everything they see, we suddenly can recognize and identify those relationships that we move towards more from aversion because we weren't ready to accept ourselves in that authenticity. And this is why I hear a lot of this energy that's holding something in both hands, which is not saying it's all their fault. I see this energy going, it's not all their fault that they were building into the expectation. I can see the energy almost claiming some kind of ownership and saying, I was also not ready to inhabit the space of being my own authentic self. This is what we mean with healing. It's the identification point of the mutual acknowledgement of both what we experienced versus what we ourselves might have kind of moved towards because we weren't ready to acknowledge or identify something that we saw, but we were trying to energetically avoid, right? So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of, I like this because what I'm seeing is happening right now for a lot of the energy and separation is like it's giving a little good riddance energy because this is the energy saying better, not bitter, right? The relief in identifying something and seeing the difference between what one, and I even see some energy right now in separation saying, it's not a question, it's not a question of having been able to stay in some kind of past relationship. This is the energy that says, I can see exactly who I would have had to become. And that's just not me. And sometimes those moments, it's it's sad, but it's also reaffirming to the context of the self in the process, while continuing to get clarification between our 10 of Pentacles in its upright in combination with our Devil card in its reversal. We've got here our Strength card. This is the energy I told you. These are the chariot partnerships that are coming into union right now. They're like, I keep on hearing, coming into union is the easy thing. Maintaining it, that is where the work begins. And this is the energy I told you. What does it feel like? This is the energy that's getting stronger in that. And this is why we always have to heal from our trauma, because, when we experience peace for the first time, it feels like an illusion. But when we believe in the illusion of our peace, it becomes our reality, right? That often that ability of being able to step into what is better for us when we haven't experienced it before, it doesn't feel real. But our own ability to build consistency into that surrealness, right, is the journey of coming into the new reality. So I keep on seeing these are the energies right now that are in coming into that, and it feels surreal. Continuing to get clarification between our Devil card in its reversal in combination with our Tower card in its reversal. Can I get one card to clarify? There's that, we've got a Three of Cups in its reversal. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, deep within Divine Union, I keep on seeing there's a little bit of protectiveness is what I keep on seeing here. And I got to stress this right now. I'm going to tell you all the same thing. I'm going to keep on repeating this. I want you to be really, really, really conscientious right now in conversations that you have related to irritation. And it's okay. It's okay to be feeling irritated right now about things. But remember, the difference between a critical argument, a conversation, one that we're just beating each other over one another's heads with irritation, versus a constructive conversation is bringing solutions with the irritation. Because when we're too much in our ego and we feel irritation, we just complain all the time. And I got to tell you right now, there's just a little bit of this vibe that I want to be conscientious about, okay? We got too many planets in Gemini, too many planets in Aries. Uranus is in Taurus, pushing into Gemini. It can be a lot of this, I don't like this. It can be a lot of it's a lot of scratchy. It's a scratchy sweater energy. Okay. I told you, it can feel very much like an eclipse, which is something small that would typically not bother you, feeling like it's all you can concentrate on. Okay. So if you're feeling this right now, don't say that you're annoyed. Bring the solution with you. Okay. Because if you can't find the solution, that's a you problem. Okay. That's your ego. Okay. If you're feeling irritated, but you can't put your finger on why, that is the ego. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to tell you right now, there's a little bit of this energy, right? It's very, and for those who do not handle Aries energy well, it'll be easier for those with Aries placements, because Aries placements feel like this all the time. It'll be easier for those with Gemini placements, because Gemini feel like this all the time, right? What do Aries feel all the time? This is taking too long. Okay. Aries walk around with the song, this is taking too long. Okay. And Gemini walk around humming the song, I could be doing something else right now. Okay. So I keep on saying, this is like when FAFO meets try me. This is like the mutual song of this is taking too long, meeting I could be doing something else right now. Okay. And you're putting these together, and all you're healing right now is this is taking too long. I could be doing something else right now. It could be taking too long. I'm taking too something else right. And so that, like that in itself, that constant chatter in the brain right now that you may be hearing, that is the tune that is often the accompaniment of the life of an Aries and a Gemini. Don't, I'm going to say it again, don't change for the sake of change right now. I don't want to be having to do a reading for you in a couple days when you say, what have I done? I'm going to be like, I'll tell you what you did. You let all that Gemini energy get to you. Okay. I am trying to help you. I'm trying to help you right now. You can be changed, and it doesn't mean you can't do anything. Be responsible in your change. Make sure it has reason. Make sure it is logical right now. Okay? No changing. Not like now, none of this now time for something different kind of stuff. Okay? None of this now time for something different. Okay? Make sure that even if it is, make sure that there's a manifestation upon it. Okay? That is just a message across all of the frequencies. Final card today, between our strength card in its upright in combination with our 3 of cups in its reversal. There it is. Six. This is exactly what I'm talking. So much. We got a lot of sixes here. We got a lot of sixes. We got a lot of sixes, and we've got a lot of fours. Okay. And I like that. You know why I like a lot of sixes and fours? Because you put 6 and 4 together, you get a 10. Okay. It's not about ideals right now. Remember, ideal is what you make with less than ideal situations. Okay. And the beauty of Gemini energy is it's amazing at connecting dots. Like boop, 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 like connect the dots, Gemini. Pinball energy, Gemini, right? It's all about working in the space of an array. And that's why I'm saying right now, if you're feeling frustrated with something that you're trying to do, if you feel like you're like no board flipper energy right now, because I'm going to tell you right now, there's some energy. I'm going to tell you there's some energy right now that wants to flip a board that's on the cusp of a breakthrough. This is energy right now that may be feeling like you are about to flip a board and you are on the cusp of a breakthrough. So I want you to recognize, and I want you to work through that right now by looking for energetic solutions. Now is not the time to be focusing on problems, because I'll tell you right now, with all of this energy, the thing with Gemini and Aries that is unified, Gemini and Aries are very similar in certain ways. Gemini and Aries do not like wasting time talking about what's not working, right? Aries is a lot of this, like Aries is a lot of Aries is a lot of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Like no grumbling, right? It's a lot of that, like, it's working through the space of perseverance. Gemini is like, is very solution focused, saying, okay, there's a million different ways to do something, right? Gemini says, if it's not working, Gemini loves failing. This is why Geminis love failing at something, because Gemini, I told you, Gemini and Aries don't believe in failure. Gemini always looks at failure and goes, I just figured out a way it doesn't work, which brings me closer to what works, right? Gemini is all about trial and error. Aries is about practice makes perfect. So the same song, okay? The same song that says, I could be doing something else right now, right? And, this is a waste of my time. That same space can also be in the tune of practice makes perfect. And I just figured out another way it doesn't work, which brings me closer to what does. Okay. So I want you to make sure that you're working in terms of, again, if you're articulating frustration right now, bring your solution with you, right? Bring the solution with you. The way you can tell the difference between a criticism and a critique is a criticism is, this is what I think could be better, versus criticism that says, I don't like this, but doesn't necessarily give a reason on how to fix something. So make sure that you're having those kind of productive conversations. And it doesn't mean you can't navigate a force of change right now. But remember, spontaneity with intention is a surprise. Spontaneity with intention is a surprise. Just changing your mind on something at the last minute is fickleness, right? So make sure that you're not being fickle about things. Make sure you're being specific as to why you're changing or why you're being energetically adaptable. And this is across all of the frequencies right now. Bottom of the, oh, all right. And again, we've got another card, typical Gemini fashion. I was about to do the bottom of the card. I was about to do the last card, but then another card literally stuck to my elbow because I was leaning on the cards. And no, so now this is here too. Yeah, this is just further confirmation on this, right? Knight of Swords, Knight of Swords, the productive frustration. Navigating frustration with solutions leads to breakthroughs. So make sure you're being productive with your frustration. And if you're feeling a little blah right now, if you're feeling a little exhausted, take a page from Taurus season, right? Give yourself a little treat. Give yourself a little motivation. Okay. Bottom of the deck, Knight of Cups in its reversal. So, I don't know why this is coming through right now. I don't know why this is coming through, but I feel like it needs to be said. Make sure that you're not hurting your own feelings, is what I'm getting right now. There's something about this energy where I'm just hearing there's a big possibility of hurting your own feelings. And what does it look like when you're hurting your own feelings? Okay. Hurting your own feelings is thinking about something that hasn't happened to such an extent that you're experiencing like it has. Okay? Hurting your own feelings is thinking about something that hasn't happened to such an extent that you start reacting like you have. Okay? This is not the time to like go into your little headspace about a million different things that are happening, because that's the thing about this right now. There's like a little bit of lag, and I can see that energy is just going like that's the only that Gemini have a tendency of this because it's filling in the blanks. Okay? Don't be filling in blanks and then hurting your own feelings in the process. If you hear hoofbeats, assume horses, not zebras. Okay? Because I just keep on seeing there's just a little bit of this energy. It's like it's racing mind kind of energy. I told you it's multi-ball, right? So it's waiting on something, and then your little brain is going like it's got all the Gemini energy, which thinks of like a million other things that could be happening instead of maybe something, maybe someone else is just as exhausted as you are right now, right? I told you, masculine and feminine, bearing in mind this is not based on gender right now. This is break energy. This is R and R. This is taking a nap. Okay? So if somebody is like a little bit more quiet right now, I don't want you getting in your head about all the things that could mean. All right? Like operate in the space of again being energetically positive as to what feels like the most logical reason to things. Like because I just keep on seeing right now that a little bit of this, I keep on hearing there's something. I gotta see why I keep on getting the sense that there's something about it feeling like a lot of Cancer energy, which feels like a lot of going into hermit mode for a certain extent. And I think that a reason it has to do that is like I think okay. Oh, I know what's happening. Venus is almost on top of Chiron right now, which is everybody is feeling a little tender in the space of emotions and love right now. Everybody is nursing some love wounds, even some love wounds from the past. Because I'll tell you, Venus and Chiron is like, oh man, that like, oh, my war wound, it's acting up again. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of that, like, it's a lot of that kind of energy being like, oh man, like it's giving me a lot of that type of energy right now. It may be having energy going pensive because it's just like I keep on seeing like Venus and Chiron can be a little bit morose. Like it's like Venus on top of Chiron can be like feeling a lot of sentimentality, a lot in this. I was like, where's all this nostalgia coming from? Saturn is almost on top of Neptune too. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy right now dwelling in the space of emotions, feeling a lot of them, being a little pensive in that space. Make sure you're not misreading things or getting your wires crossed. Okay, make sure you're communicating and make sure you're giving each other the benefit of the doubt. That's happening across all of the frequencies. So I'm going to tell you right now. All right. I love this energy for daydreaming. I love this energy for manifesting. I love this energy for creativity. I love this energy for making new important connections. Don't break anything because you're feeling super sensitive right now. Okay. That same sensitivity that I'm identifying here can always create a little volatility. So make sure you're being productive in that space. All right. And again, especially making sure that you're not misreading situations because with all of this Gemini energy flying around, it's easy to get your wires crossed. All right. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading and you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my site. So I encourage you to do it there. A couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the death card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the Temperance card. I'm so excited to teach this card. We're going to talk about the symbolism of that card, the history of the card. I'm going to be working you through spread applications, how to read that card in any direction it may appear in your own readings. I'm also going to be offering you a unique spread you can take with you from that class. And all you need to do, if you would like to become a part of those tarot class program, is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. You will also, as a monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I do my best to give you an update on everything we've studied in each and every class, but now's a great time to catch up if you'd like to, because you got about you got like a couple weeks. You got a few classes you can take every day to get caught up. You also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything we're learning or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive full access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library Class Archive. That is access to over 14 hours worth of material in an ever-expanding library. You will also have access to a one-on-one chat with, you can also have access to receiving a complimentary one-on-one medium mentorship class with me, where I will meet with you personally to assess where you are on your own personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your impact towards your personal tarot goals. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in these classes. And even if you don't become a subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to make sure that you get to see the each day's podcast with each day's spread. You will also be able to receive you'll also be able to get there my mystic meditation articles, which give you recaps on what we've been seeing energetically in the cards in article form. You'll also have access to my weekly newsletter, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly, as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. These can be purchased per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the dream series package, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. We are going to get started on personal readings. Congratulations to Expensive. You got our highest gifter today. You will be receiving a free reading. And thank you so much. Just Deb, you got second. So you will also have an additional card when you do the 1-card readings for subscribers. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the 4th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and My Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading, but if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, friends, we are at 25.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing, so make sure you're tapping that screen and we'll get to 50K in no time. All right, I'm going to take a minute to read over. Hi there, congratulations, Expensive. You might be gone. Uh-oh. Well, again, even if you're not here, Expensive, you can claim the reading at another time. You don't have to claim it today. You can be put on the hold list. All right. And just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. All right. Thank you as well, Tiffany, for receiving these messages. And good to see you, Estevan. Your subscription's ending soon if you would like to renew, dear. Grand Rising, Kay. Good to see you, Grace. You're our first person to be read for today. All right. I love it. Thank you so much, Kay. Happy Saturday, Majestic. That was interesting. I mean, what's a good day? What's a good day? What's a good day without someone threatening to stone you? That's nice. Bryn, thank you for getting on the list, dear. You'll be read for after Expensive. All right, and Expensive, I believe you're 3rd on the list. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 4th person read for. Oh, thank you, Nikki. Rosa, you just reminded me I had a dream about an eclipse last night. Well, I keep on telling you guys, this is like pseudo eclipse right now. This is the closest thing to an eclipse we could be experiencing. And again, I also do dream interpretation readings here. If you have information that you would like to share with me for the purposes of our reading, for instance, if you have a dream you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information when you send the donation, or you can post it in our subscriber-only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Hi there, Cappy. I got here just in time for Fickle versus Pragmatic. There's a message here. Welcome, dear. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Estevan, your subscription is ending soon if you'd like to renew. The anticipation is often the worst part. I know. It's a lot. Like, here's the thing. Like a lot of Gemini energy can be like, it can feel anticipating, but like you're waiting for something, but you don't know what, Phoenix, thank you for those gifts. Greetings, Susie. Oh, we love Sag energy here, Natasha. Thank you for confirmation, Tiffany. Expensive. Yes, so much transition and separation right now. But I think it's positive. You know what I mean? Like this is This is some healthy work. I'm recognizing for a lot of energy and separation right now. Hi there, 810. Good to see you today. Thank you for those gifts. Thank you for recharging your heart needs. Guys, make sure that you're recharging your heart needs because we will be doing one card readings later. And anyone who's recharged their heart need will also be getting an animal oracle card with their reading. Ella, I literally just bought an extreme dot to dot book, basically big diagrams. That is key Gemini energy right now. Like lots of dots. Thank you, Tiffany. Capricorn ascending. This could be frustrating for Capricorn right now. The list is open, Nikki, and you're on the list. Thank you for the compliment, Jamie. Thank you as well. The space to work on it together and willingness to do so. Tap to claim, Tiffany. Resonates. Thank you. Spouse is a Cancer, so I get that. Hard to get under that shell. I like to point out healthy Cancer energy recognizes they have one, right? Healthy Cancer energy is like it's never going away, but I recognize that it's like helping others like understand what's under it is my job, you know. Hi there, Bridget. I'm a Cancer in separation right now. Sending you support, Ginger. Thank you for confirmation. Hi there, Alicia. Good to see you today. May I have a card pull? Did you get on the list here? I'm happy to read for you if you'd like to get on the list. It is open. All you need to do is send the donation payment to get on the list. Do we suppress or release? A little bit of both, right? Like sometimes, like I need to point out, like I'm getting a lot of the message that we work to release first by suppressing, right? Sometimes that's how we work through release. Thank you for the compliment, Bridget. Thank you. I know it is super fresh. It's from yesterday. Gia, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. We really have to believe in it for ourselves because there are those who would like to remind us of the old. And that's what I mean to point out, like a lot of that heaviness, right? Like working in that space of being able to build appreciation for how far we've come. They hurt. This is an ouchy area. I'll just tell you right now, if you're looking for a non-ouch zone, that is not the non-ouch zone. It is like the opposite of the non-ouch zone. I had a very gentle tattoo artist though. They were absolutely wonderful. Thank you, Rushta. Yeah, how are you doing right now with this Gemini energy, Rushta? If I'm ever saying your name incorrectly, please by all means correct me as well. Thank you for confirmation. Alicia, I've had the worst experiences with Geminis. I mean, here's the thing. I feel that, are you someone with placements that rest between, like, are you Cancer or Taurus? Sometimes the placements next to us we can have difficulty with. They get their hands in everything. I like that, Tiffany. Thank you, Expensive, for confirmation. You're not wrong. My mom and I are both Geminis. I love that. How do you guys get along? Night dreams are nuts. Well, we got Pluto in retrograde. The dreams are going to be completely whack right now. I feel so seen. Thank you for being here, Hannah. Your dad's an Aries. Yeah, and again, it's more of the space of understanding and recognizing what feels productive with Aries. Like Aries need to see product, like they need to see progress for patience. I'm an Aries and my brother next to me is a Gemini. There we go. How are you guys doing right now? Like this is like I said, like I told you, like right now, Aries and Gemini is like FAFO meets try me. Being your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. My moon's in Taurus. I mean, I like a Taurus moon though. Taurus moon is beautiful. It's a beautiful placement for Taurus. I found a black and white feather on the floor. Oh, that's incredible, Adam. That's beautiful. This is true. Thank you, Rushta. Alicia, I'm born right on the cusp of Gemini Cancer, but I have no Gemini placements. All Cancer. Why? Ooh, we could draw cards on that, Alicia. I've got my inclinations as to why, but that's an interesting thing that you've noticed about yourself. I got to learn to be more self-loving and not lose ourselves for others. Beautifully said, Rushta. Absolutely. We've been seeing a lot of work right now in boundaries. A lot of work around boundaries coming up. Thank you for the compliment, dear. Scratchy sweater energy. It is. That's the only thing about it. Can feel a lot like scratchy sweater energy right now. Yep, I feel that. Thank you for confirmation, Yaz. Hannah, that is a great way to put it. Scratchy sweater energy. I'm like, what is going on? Yeah, we've got Uranus and Taurus can create a lot of that, and there's an amplification that's happening with all of this Gemini energy and feeling like the space, and Aries, like feeling like there's not a lot of patience to go around. Yeah, I've been feeling really irritated lately. Hopefully this reading helps, Rishta. Well, we do feel like this all the time. I told you it's easier. It's going to be easier right now for Aries and Gemini placements, because if like Aries is feeling irritated, Aries is going to be like, what else is new? Aries is like, Aries is like, I always feel like this. Gemini is going to be like, why am I like this? But Gemini is always saying, why am I like this? You know? Like, that's the funny thing about it right now. Aries is probably saying, I'm always like this. And Gemini is saying, why am I like this? But why? But they always say that these are the things they always say to themselves. Okay, but what if you know why you're irritated? Can you be sassy then? You can't, you don't be sassy. I mean, be solution focused. Okay. You can be sassy while you be solutions focused. Us Aries want to go super speed. And that's the thing, but this is why Gemini and Aries like each other, right? Because Aries is like Aries is like, you want to see how fast I can run? And Gemini's like, faster, faster. You know what I mean? Like, I feel called out. Thank you, Ella. We're like Turbo the snail. Yeah, from the movie. Exactly. Hand tats. Thank you for the compliment, V. Cappy, I'm hearing you say don't get triggered because this isn't the prize you wanted from the gumball machine. Yes. Very well put. Very well put, lovely. Mara, thank you for the follow. Evie, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I don't want peace. I want problems always. I love that, Susie. I love that. Thank you, Rishta. Aries rising and Gemini moon. So raw, exactly. Grand rising, Elisa. Good to see you. It is about intention right now. Grand rising, Eric. Yep, they are. Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, Tiffany, for confirmation. No comparison right now. Now is not the time to be comparing things. I mean, but you can compare it like productive comparison. Okay, not comparing the self to others, but comparing situations. Like something that is productive comparison, good. Like overly critical comparison of the self to others, not good. Okay? Thank you, Gina. And thank you for sharing the live. Quadruple cancer here. Alicia sending you support. Not even independent Venus. Yes, blessings, Logan. Thank you, Tiffany. Direct communication right now is very important. Like this is not the time to be cool. Is what I keep on seeing. You're welcome, Anna and Tiffany. You're so welcome, Alicia. You're so welcome, Christina. Hi there, Anita. How are you doing today? And expensive. Thank you for those roses. Looking forward to our reading. Thank you, Bryn, for the gifts as well. Ginger, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Melissa, I have no planets in Gemini. It's in my 12th house. What's up with this? We could read on it. That's interesting. Yeah, we could talk about that. You're so welcome, expensive. Oop, I got you. Hold on a minute. Grace is first. We're going to get started. Anthony, thank you for the follow, dear. Hold on a minute. It's my day. I got you, Grace. You're so welcome, Bryn. I love Tarot Church. Highly recommend to anyone. Oh my goodness. Thank you, dear. I appreciate you. Thank you. I hope you're having a beautiful day, and thank you for being a subscriber. All right, friends, we're going to get started on personal readings. As I mentioned, if you'd like to get on the list, please do so sooner rather than later. The list is filling up if you'd like to secure that spot. We are also at 29K likes. When we get to a 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. Grace, how things went this past week and how I'm handling my path right now. What a beautiful question. Can I get 5 cards for Grace? A little energetic check-in, please. Ooh. You know what's wild? I keep on hearing you're coming across as a Capricorn, which is a good thing, is what I'm getting. I'm getting here. Like the reason I'm getting you're coming across as a Capricorn which is saying to me that that would indicate to me that there's something about you coming across in some kind of um, sophisticated way. You know, like I keep on hearing asking all the right questions is what I keep on hearing. And that's why I keep on getting that. Like that's why I keep on hearing the word sophisticated, because someone who's sophisticated doesn't just say I can do it. They're like they're making you wonder if they want to. They're making you wonder if they want to do it. Is what I'm hearing. You know, like it's giving me the space of someone who feels that you are not like you're not. I keep on hearing like something about you not feeling energetically hungry in some way, like being able to kind of identify and recognize a little bit of this adaptability. And so I keep on hearing that there's something about you moving in that way, being energetically sophisticated. Um, being I keep on seeing like it like somebody who I almost see someone right now like trying to put something together with you, but agonizing for fear that you might reject it is what I'm getting. Like there's a little bit of this stillness here that I keep on identifying has to do with I keep on hearing like somebody's changing something because after a conversation with you, they're like worried that something they're going to offer you isn't going to be enough, right? Like I've got some kind of energy here that's almost like somebody saying I hope they like it is what I keep on seeing. But I see someone like rearranging, like I see someone like rearranging an offer after they spoke with you, specifically because I see someone who like wants you to say yes to something. Um, so I think that there's something about that that feels really energetically positive. Um, you know, in I think that but it's interesting too because you know they're saying in the directionality of there's something interesting that I see that is happening for you right now, like on a deeper energetic level, um, which has to do with um, it feels like I keep on hearing from like someone that you're working on grounding. And the thing is when we're working on grounding, it's like I keep on seeing it's like you're learning how to calm yourself. Like you're working how to experience something and not project it forward. It's giving me a lot of that type of energy here. And so, I keep on getting the message for you to um I don't know if you've started some kind of new kind of practice is what I'm saying, some kind of new technique because I keep on hearing something like the new technique is working or the new technique looks good on you because um it almost feels a bit like non-attachment is what I'm getting. Like it feels a little bit like something I'm identifying here that is you being able to take something more easily because you're recognizing that you're not going to miss anything that's for you. It's almost allowing you to build more into the context of being present in situations or circumstances. So if you've been doing that work, continue to do so because I keep on hearing it's going to get easier. I just keep on saying there's some kind of new routine or that you're giving yourself that is going to take a little bit of time. So don't get frustrated. Um, and make sure, I keep on saying, make sure that you're building into um, like make sure that you're building into the possibilities around you is what I'm getting to. Hold on, bottom of the deck. Yeah, like I keep on hearing it's like I feel like you're doing some kind of practice of slowing something down, you know? And I feel like this is why I keep on hearing one of your guides say that, like, in the past, I almost feel like you were already moving fast and you were trying to move faster. And I keep on hearing like you're learning like I keep on hearing you're learning like the life-changing gift of slowing something down. Or basically saying like I operate on my pace. I'm not going to miss anything that's for me. So keep on doing that. I don't know if you're walking. I see you walking right now. I'm not sure why I keep on getting a lot of this walking energy, but something about you like walking or doing some kind of meditative practice of like taking some time for yourself to do nothing that's paying off in some big way because I just keep on seeing it's like giving you the ability to contemplate or think about something. You know, it's giving me a lot of that energy of like doing like something else percolating while you're doing something else is what I keep on hearing. Like having your doing something with your hands that allows you to like think more is what I'm seeing too, you know? Because everything I keep on hearing is like something you're doing is having a positive subliminal effect on you. But the reason they're saying subliminal is because it's giving you an ability to like think about something in a way that you weren't able to think about it before. Thank you so much for having that reading, Grace. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is Kathleen. Kathleen, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you can have if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And again, friends, we are at 31.9K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We will get to 100K in no time. All right. Hi, Kath. How are you doing today? And we are at 32K likes, guys. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting that reading. So also when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this out to those who have not received it before. So thank you for doing your part as well. Also, if you're joining us across the other apps, you can get on the list for today too. All you need to do is send the donation via the tree that has links in it in my bio. Hi there, Emily. Welcome. Anthony, thank you for the follow. Yes, the Tarot Church class program is through Substack. And Lolo, if you are a subscriber here and you head over to our subscriber only Discord channel, in the perks section, you will find a special coupon code that will give you a discount on the class subscription there. Hi there, Oracle Erica. How are you doing today? And Nana, good to see you today. Thank you. What does that mean to be in separation? It effectively means that you're not in divine union. And this can either be talking about divine union within or without. Thank you, Moon, for subscribing. So these readings can either be the separation of feelings, separation within the self, or being outside and not like like not in partnership. Fairly new here. I hadn't heard about that term before. I hope that helps, Hannah. Hi there, Rushta. Thanks for wanting to correctly pronounce it. Thank you. Mom and I love each other, but we can get on each other's nerves. I mean, the thing with Geminis is, it's like things are great or things are awful, right? It's like when things are good, they're very, very good. But like, when Geminis, like Geminis are funny because they'll be like, you're not getting on board, right? Like that'll be the argument. Be like, just get on board, right? Get on board with my idea. No, get on board with my idea. I have a Gemini daughter and an Aries son. Don't leave them in a room together alone. That's like I have an idea, and then the other one's like, let's do it. My daughter has 5 Gemini placements. Holy smokes. And thank you for the follow. My Gemini man has a lot of fire in him. I like that though. I'm a Libra and I love my gems. I like that. I'm a Libra and I love my gems. I haven't heard that before, Emily. That is delightful. My poor Cancer brother coming after an Aries and Gemini. Oh no. Yeah, that's rough. That's a rough place for the Cancer to be. Gemini third house with Sag. I don't feel like putting content out anymore. But here's the thing, right? Determination isn't about what we feel like, right? Like we're talking about this right with Geminis right now. It's working through aversion, right? Focus on the manifestation, right? Not changing because you don't like because you feel like it. Having to work in the space of understanding what it takes to move towards a manifestation goal. It's okay to change a manifestation if the reality doesn't feel like what you aspire to, right? But make sure that you're working through aversion and not letting the aversion be the manifestation right now. Hi there, Graham, and thank you again, Grace, for having that reading with me. Lilith in first house. Oof. Lilith in first house can be rough, you know? That's like Lilith in first house is having those moments where others like would try to like say that you're a bad influence when you're not, you know? Asking all the right questions is not a space a Libra is comfortable all the time. No, I know. And that's why I keep on seeing you're coming across as a Capricorn. Adam, thank you for those gifts. I even strong-armed my guy and gave 100% feedback. All he said was, I was right. Amazing, Grace. I wondered if they might change the job description. That's wild. Let that serve as confirmation. Yes, all Faye yesterday. I like that. It's imagining how I react outside of work is how I need to work inside of work, if that makes sense. Yes, I know exactly what you mean. I'm mentally working towards doing things I do not like doing. I like that. I like that a lot. Yes. Faster, yes, confirming that. Every Faye, about to go now too. It's meditation for me. Every day. I love it. Thank you. Hi there, Kath. No, you're not you're right on time, Kath. I'm trying to learn my reactive process and change by writing it down when I see it. I love that. That's a great technique. Hi there, Adam. Thank you as well, Ella. I got you, Kath. All right. Highest party for Kath. Where if you're after Kath, dear, no, I've got Lisa. I've got Lisa and then you and then expensive. So you're after Lisa. Highest party for message. And Moon, thank you for subscribing. Can I get 4 cards, please? Highest party messages, please. Hmm. It's interesting because I see you right now very much in warrior mode, but like in a positive way. you know? And I feel like it has to do in the space of another person, like, criticizing you or, like, overly criticizing you. I keep on seeing some kind of experience of, like, someone, like I keep on seeing there was some kind of experience before where it's, like, almost someone picking you apart. But that's what I mean with, like, the picking apart is, um, you know and I feel like it's like it says to me, like, whatever this was, like, um when someone says, "I'm just telling you what nobody else like, what everybody's saying," like, recognize that that's usually an indication of someone that knows nobody else is saying it, you know? Like, I keep on hearing the ubiquitous everybody is what I keep on hearing, when someone is trying to isolate you, the song they will sing is, "I'm just telling you what everybody else is saying," right? Because that is the song of trying to isolate someone, which is really trying to say, "I'm trying to help you by telling you that nobody likes you," is what I keep on hearing. Like, that is someone like, that is the song of someone trying to isolate you. Um, so be very, like and that's what I keep on seeing, like, I feel like I see you much more mindful about this in some way, you know? Like, this is giving me something that's taken a long time to recover from. I just see some kind of situation here, um, and I feel like that whatever that was someone projecting their fear onto you. Um, I feel like the nice thing that's happening for you right now is I see some kind of space where you're like letting go of some kind of bitterness because I just keep on hearing like, um, you know, imagine the like I keep on hearing imagine the world that you have to experience every day to imagine like to to see that as some kind of point of reality, you know? And I feel like it's hard because I this feels like someone that you can't like it feels like someone that might be close to you in like a family way because I feel like understanding why another person is the way they are like doesn't make it easier. Like I keep on hearing it doesn't make it okay, but um I keep on hearing like don't take what they say personally. Like this is all I keep on hearing like over and over again in this reading. Like someone who's just like throwing barbs. You know what I mean? Like this is like some barbed energy. And I keep on hearing you know, it's not our like I feel like there's something I keep on hearing too that whatever it is I'm identifying with this person, they've got some real boundary issues. And when someone has boundary issues, they demand unreasonable things. They demand unreasonable things from people um, and relationships. And so I keep on hearing a message that says, like, And like that's where the term overbearing is, right? Like we overbear when we expect like an unreasonable amount of something from another person, right? Um, we don't I keep on hearing we don't overbear in relationships, which is saying that when another person gives us like their time, effort, and energy, we're appreciative of it, right? And we're consistent with it. But we don't overly press upon something that we want. Like we don't overly press as it relates to being extremely demanding, because I keep on hearing it creates a false complex. It's the opposite of being able to have like something that feels natural when another person is constantly like weighing and comparing something to someone else. And I feel like there is something here that you're going through with someone, that they're potentially trying to compare what they see you doing with another person versus what they get. But like that's what I mean about it, which is like our relationships shouldn't be comparative, they should be qualitative, right? We don't try to like we don't have to create that structure that says, oh, I did this, so I have to do this. You know what I mean? Like it's not like that. That's what I mean about like what we often sometimes see with someone who's overbearing, which is they're not appreciating what we have. They're just in that space of demanding more. And I feel like it's also like here's the thing about it. I feel like this is also you finally bringing your needs into it. You know, like I feel like there's something here where you're recognizing some kind of situation that you know, like I just keep on seeing you saying like like asking the important question, which is like, where was that person when you needed them? You know, because there is a little bit of this energy here. I want to give you some bottom of the deck. Yeah, like this is the thing. Like this feels very fair weather. You know, and the thing with fair weather is um and like like the fair weather is like when things are like when things get bad, someone disappears. And then when things are good, someone starts complaining about the fact that that we're like, like I almost see a situation of someone saying like, "What happened to us?" And you looking at someone saying, "You happen." You know what I mean? Like like you weren't energetically consistent. You were there when things were going like well, but you weren't there when things were not. And now I feel like things are going well for you again. It almost feels like someone trying to come back towards you and you articulating some kind of strong boundaries, right? Because I almost see you like working a space of saying, like, look, and this is sometimes hard because you can't necessarily have a conversation with someone like this because it doesn't fix it. Being like, the reason we're not energetically connected is because when I really needed you, you were nowhere to be seen. You know what I mean? Like it's giving me a little bit of that. Like it's a conversation that doesn't even feel worth having because it's like it's the observation of understanding that anything that comes from another person would sound like an excuse. So if you're going through that, like I just got guides that said like, you know your time is valuable and other people aren't owed it, and how you choose to utilize that is up to your discretion. And if someone is trying to compare them seeing you doing something and saying like, like why aren't I like why aren't I included in some way? It's like I feel like this is like like it's like you don't need to have that conversation because it's a difference between like other like I keep on hearing like you're not like like you're not cake. Not everyone gets a slice. It's like it's the ability of being, and often those who don't get slices aren't appreciative of what they're receiving. So make sure that you continue to hold those boundaries, because this feels, it almost feels again like someone trying to have a conversation with you, asking why you're so distant. But like you don't owe everyone an explanation is what I keep on seeing, you know? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kath. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those that need these messages to be here to experience them. Next person on the list right now is, I've got Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Did I give you I gave you 5 cards on that, right? I believe that was 5. I'm going to give you one more because it feels right. Yeah, I keep on saying your relationships now are consistent. Like this is what's really happening. You're looking for consistency in relationship. And often, I often, this is what happens. Energy that's not consistent with us comes back and they're like, why aren't we close? And being like, you don't, it's like you having the conversation with someone saying, because you're not consistent is often, it feels like it's like wasted breath. Because I keep on hearing it shouldn't feel like some things you shouldn't have to ask for. Some things it's like, it's self-evident is what I keep on getting. Thank you so much, Kath, for having that reading with me. And it's like I see you protective because someone's hurt you with their inconsistency, and then I see them trying to come back in and being like, why won't you let me in? And it's like because you've hurt me with the inconsistency. Thank you so much for having, and that's why I keep on hearing your guide say you don't owe that person an explanation in what should be self-evident. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And the next person on the list for today is Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yep, continue to protect that peace. Hi there, Moon. Excellent. I believe, yep, I've got you on the list here. All right. Second call right now for Lisa, and I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 38K. When we get to 50K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. You've got new energy coming towards you right now. Kath, you are exactly in the vibration that you need to be in. Like this is the vibration. You holding those standards is what's bringing in those healthy relationships. All right. And just going to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, friends, we are at 38.2K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. You're so welcome, Grace. Hi there, Moon. Gemini, Sun, Cancer, Rising, Moon, Cap, North Node, Sag. I feel like this is a good Gemini season for Gemini placements. Just making sure that you don't don't go overboard on things. Thank you for being as well, Moon. And Deanna, thank you for sharing the live. Yeah, I think I'm lifting my spirit slowly these days after or while still feeling drained. But I feel like that's the thing about it. Like you're moving away from those energetic relationships were causing that feeling. Is warrior mode with my freedom. If I run into them tonight, I'll choose myself this time. Sending you so much support on that journey, Autumn. I do deserve to be here, always. Thank you as well, Brittany, for the follow. Angela, I'm going through a divorce right now. He wants to move another woman in before. Oh, sending you support, Angela. That is really difficult. Don't take it personally. I keep reminding myself, just don't. Comparison is the thief of joy. Absolutely. Appreciate what you have. Continue to do so. The collective was already done, Matilda. We're doing personals right now. There are past persons like that who want to come back. I can just see them. Like I see them kind of like continuing to be like, what happened? And be like, someone comparing feels like my sister, sending you support on that journey. You're so welcome, Kath. Yeah, continue to protect your peace. It looks good on you. Absolutely, Phoenix. That's a bonus card. You're so welcome, dear. All right, second call right now. Moon, definitely moving away from going overboard. Always have had an issue with this. I look back and see it. Well, and that's the only thing about this Gemini season. There's a lot of Gemini energy right now, Moon. So make sure that you're keeping pace. All right, next person. If Lisa is not here right now, the next person on the list is Nikki. Nikki, can you let me know if you would like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And thank you for sharing the live, Nikki. Also, guys, we're at 40K likes. We are so close to that 50K milestone. Dream interpretation on the Discord. You got it. So just a reminder to those joining us, If you have a reading that you would like, for instance, if you've got information you'd like to share with me on a reading, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, or if you have a oof, past life that you would like information on, you can include that in the notes when you send the donation, or if you're a subscriber, you can include it in our subscriber only Discord channel. Can I please have one moment? Just pulling up the Discord. Woo, that's a gorgeous tattoo, Grace. Woo, I love that. That is fire. You guys got to get on the subscriber only Discord channel. We got a great tattoo gallery happening. All right, sorry, I got distracted. All right. I got distracted by a beautiful tattoo. Best reason possible. All right. We got it here. All right, outside tea, I assume? Outside tea. Outside tea. Hi there, Dawn. Another dream. Thank you for silent reading, that it's harder to hear than describe it. Always, Phoenix. Thank you for also receiving these messages. This one's morning, though. I need journal. My dream's been crazy lately. I know they're going to be crazy right now. Pluto's in retrograde. The dreams are going to be weird. Going to be super weird. Always. Yep. All right. Outside tea. Dream. I had this dream that felt pretty mundane, but reoccurring themes showed up again. Being in a kitchen, having to clean or organize, having to pack all my stuff, and being late to go somewhere. In this dream, I was in some weird place with people, staying with people. A friend from college was there, but I can't remember everyone else. I was trying to help clean the kitchen before we had to leave because I was like, oh God, we left it such a mess. There were so many dishes and so much food. No one was helping me, which was annoying because I was like, shoot, I have to leave in an hour and I haven't even packed. I was still trying to get everything done because I didn't want to leave it all gross. I opened the dishwasher and it was already full. There were several loads to do, maybe 3 or 4, numerologically significant. Then this girl came to help, someone I didn't recognize, and she started putting the dishes with food still on them in the dishwasher. I was like, no, you can't do that. We have to fit more in here, scrape them into the garbage. I remember it feeling gross, like an overwhelming amount of waste, maybe even puke. Not sure. It was just too much. The whole time I kept thinking, Jesus, I'm going to have only 30 minutes to pack. Everyone else was already leaving for the airport. And I was like, crap, I guess I'll have to catch my own ride. I was annoyed that no one helped clean, and yet they all finished packing and made it on time. Selfish energy. I don't know if I ever made it. I feel like the dream continued, but this was the most memorable part. These themes keep showing up. I'm always running late and stressed about packing or cleaning in time. So, what is my subconscious trying to tell me that keeps returning? As an aside, yesterday I wanted to stay home and organize, but got guilted into going out with family, even though I wasn't feeling social. 4 cards, please. I mean, it feels to me like you're healing from some kind of karma around scapegoat energy, is what I'm getting here. And the thing about it is, and this is why we sometimes talk about the weight of being an energetic empath can often feel like you end up becoming the scapegoat, right? Because when you're in a space where you're being mindful, when you're being conscientious of others, I feel like a lot of these dreams that you're experiencing are talking about that experience of feeling like you're picking up the slack for others, and that others kind of leave you with their messes in order to clean up because you're the responsible one, right? It has a lot to do with the recognition that sometimes in those moments, like, this is why I always talk about the fact that empaths need to have, like, the first thing a good empath needs to learn is how to set strong boundaries, Because when you're empathic and you don't have strong boundaries, other energy can pick up on it, and they can take advantage of it, right? It's that space of being like, no, I have full confidence they'll handle it, you know, because they're conscientious like that. But it's also the conversation, and I feel like what's happening right now is the reason you're having dreams like this is you've started to set those boundaries for yourself. And now, like, I feel like a lot of this is helping you. Like, I feel like these dreams are coming to you to help you heal and give you a comparison. Like, I keep on, you've got a guide that is trying to like show you these like allegorical comparisons as it relates to relationships you've been in where someone has not been picking up the slack. They haven't been doing their work. This could talk about the fact that in the past you had that tendency of building into relationships with individuals that felt like they were imbalanced because they had full confidence that you were going to do the heavy lifting, you know? Sometimes those who are careless, um and I keep on hearing like, and it's interesting too because every time I do a reading for you, they keep on saying, can you spot the difference? um and I think it's interesting too, um in relationality to the context of a girl coming to help, right? Because the girl coming to help, I would be curious about how you felt about it. Because did they take the instruction that you were trying to give? Were you relieved in the fact that you had to teach them something? Um, because I would be curious too if it felt like in the dream, the space of the girl trying to help you, if they were being obstinate in relationality to their determination to pack the dishwasher in a way that you knew would break it. Um, or was it one that they honestly didn't know? And like you were appreciative of the fact that they were in a space that you could help them. I'm feeling like it was probably the latter. I'm feeling like this was a situation where you that was helping you acknowledge that, even in the space of someone trying to lend a hand, being able to give someone that guidance, being able to look at someone and say like, listen, you can't do it like that. Like, this is something I can give you that will help you. I just keep on seeing that it's further confirmation of the fact that simply in the space that you're allowing others in and you're willing to guide them into how to do it better, but they have to be willing to do the work. That, to a certain extent, I feel is talking about the shift that's happening right now. And, a little bit of this has to talk about the fact that I feel like to a certain extent you're going through that process of karmic release. I feel like you've shifted into some kind of new cycle in your life right now. And often the problem is when we shift into new energetic cycles, it feels like we have unfinished business. It feels like we're leaving things unresolved. But this is why I feel like the guides are giving you um, the portrayal of the messy kitchen that you rented but was not yours, because it almost feels to me like that your guides are trying to give you this thought experiment as it relates to any of the karma that you're carrying right now, that you're feeling like the space that you would like closure on. Like, is the closure that should happen in that moment where a bunch of other people whose responsibility it was should have been to help you clean? Is it your responsibility to have to miss your flight because of others' lack of care or incompetence? Or is it something that you say it's okay to leave it like this because when they get in trouble, right? It's the fact that they're going to get in trouble. You're leaving them in a space where it's like you're all going to have to pay the penalty for it. It's not just going to be inclusive of you, right? But it almost is like giving you the space of how you might feel as you're moving into this new experience, having these things that you wish you worked out, right? This is the problem with karma. We can't heal. Some karma we have to carry with us because despite our own desire to fix it, we cannot fix it unless another person aspires and desires to fix it with us. Bottom of the deck, there's that Four of Cups. Like these are dreams that are helping you right now as it relates to some karma that you're carrying around situations. But I feel like the reason the guides keep giving you these messages is to help you not carry it in a way that you're blaming yourself for abandoning a situation that wasn't working. Because the guides are trying to say to you, like, we don't blame you for this. Like when the time comes, like I can see the energy going, when the time comes to look at something and say what happened, like the guides are like, we're the guides. We can see the difference between the karma where it's like nobody left. Like I feel like the guides are funny because the guides are like, we are there. We see the difference between a situation where you just were like them and we're like, peace out, forget it, versus someone who, like, honest to goodness, tried to stick around and do everything they could until the moment that they said, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to miss something for myself by trying to fix this mess, right? And working through, I keep on hearing like you're healing from like the survivor's guilt of some karma that you're forced to carry, but isn't ultimately your responsibility. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is open if you'd like to get on the list. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. So if you'd like to secure a spot today, please do so sooner rather than later. Next person on the list for today, I'm still looking for Lisa. Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Second call right now for Lisa. If Lisa is not here, we're moving on to Bryn. Bryn, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And Hardy, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Also, friends, we are at 47K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. Hi there, Space Cadet. Great username. I love the popcorn that comes out every time we do a dream interpretation. And thank you, Nikki, for sharing the live. Welcome, Dawn. Yep. No, the dreams are going to be like weird and gross right now because Pluto's in retrograde. It's a lot of that, like what's under the rock kind of energy. Thank you for the heart me, Space Cadet. Thank you for joining my team. Guys, make sure you join my team because when we get to 1 cards, anyone who is a subscriber who's joined my team will also be getting an animal oracle card. If I froze, Nikki, you can head over to the place where we keep the videos. It won't be frozen there. I think it's a Gemini energy. It's gonna create a lot of short circuits. There's too much Gemini energy right now, so it's a lot of like short circuit stuff. Definitely empath needing to get stronger boundaries. They're saying you're doing it. That's why you're having these dreams right now. Hi there, beauty queen. I've been trying to set boundaries, but I feel guilty. But this is yeah, they know. This is why yeah, that's why they're giving you these dreams. They're like, this is how it's survivor's guilt. You have to understand the difference between having guilt or survivor's guilt. They did, but I was kind of like, they're incompetent. Oh, let me just do it. Yep, they didn't know. I was appreciative of their help, but she wasn't super helpful, right? Exactly. Is it advisable to have a 1 card reading if I'm super exhausted from my hiking tour? I mean, you can have. I mean, it's not good. I mean, you can have a. I don't think that like you can have a 1 card reading anytime, dear. I mean, I think it's more about whether you feel energetically prepared for a reading. I don't think that would be a limitation factor in us having one, you know? Yes, definitely a new cycle. Moved out of the apocalyptic dreams into the cleaning and packing ones, exactly, which makes sense, right? It's not the end, it's the shift. Yeah, towards the end of the dream, I was like, okay, whatever, I gotta go. Yep, it's not yours to clean. Like, that's what's beautiful about it. The guides are like, is this really yours to clean? We understand you did the best you could and expect me to be on all the time. Yep. I feel like I need a vacation. Yeah. Hi there, Bryn. Good to see you. And thank you, Nikki, for letting us experience that dream and allowing me to read for it. A general for Bryn, please. 4 cards. Highest priority. Whatever. What is this? No way. Who are these people? You know what? Like, it's giving me I feel like there's something really important as it relates to, like, I see you like moving away from like a whole group of people is what I'm seeing here. But like I mean, and this feels like I keep on hearing you argue with someone saying I can't tell you, like I can't tell you like how to care, you know? Like, how do I articulate to you that it's important to care about things? Um, like it almost, it feels like I just keep on getting some kind of like I'm gonna try to find the best way to explain what I'm seeing here. Um, there is, and it has to do with recognizing um, healthy aversion is what I'm getting. There is healthy aversion, and healthy aversion is when we say that's not okay, and we're able to talk about why, right? Like the ability to navigate an aversion and being able to say exactly why something is not okay, the ability to talk upon it, the ability to be able to navigate. And it feels to me like you're going through some kind of experience with someone who's trying to get into some kind of sense of false comparison, right? Which is almost like someone saying that they feel excluded in some way, shape, or form. But it's not, but it's like you can't, like you don't get to claim that you're excluded when when you don't, like, this is why you don't get to claim to be excluded when you're asking for something energetically exceptional, because I keep on hearing it's not the same. That when you are trying to when you are trying to take an exceptional perspective on something that isn't okay, you don't get to say that you are being excluded because others won't experience your exceptional point of view, is all I keep on hearing. And if you're having a conversation with someone about this, this is how they're saying, this is how you have to guide them through it. It's not exclusive, you're not being excluded if you have an exceptional point of view, which means if you're demanding something that is just for you, then yeah, you get to be excluded from everything, because you don't get to demand it to be, you don't demand something special and then say that you get to be excluded when someone isn't giving you something that is like something that is special, right? Like that in its space is like, that's not how I keep wondering, that is not how inclusivity works. Inclusivity is the space of being able to, I keep on hearing courtesy is such that we're courteous because we have consideration for, it's giving me sanctuary rules. They're saying that you have to remember that you have to think about something like sanctuary rules apply. And what are sanctuary rules? We've got sanctuary rules here. Like, as long as you're being nice, you can come in. Like, if you can't be nice, you can't come in. You can't say that we're excluding you if you don't want to be nice, right? Because you're making the choice. You're making the choice not to be nice. You can make the choice anytime to be nice and stay. You don't get to cry foul if you want to come in here and say that I'm not letting you in if you're not being nice, because at any moment you could decide to start being nice and come in. So they're saying don't let someone mess with your boundaries. Um, like, don't let someone mess with your boundaries by you having them and then saying that you're not nice for having them. Because when you have boundaries and someone respects them, it's understanding that niceness has nothing to do with boundaries, right? Often the song you will hear when someone is trying to violate your boundaries is, "Why won't you let me be nice to you?" Niceness has nothing to do with it. It's being respectful of what another person asks for. It is kindness, is being respective of what another person asks for. Even if you don't like it, you respect it. And that's how you love a person. You don't just give them what you don't just indulge the self with them. You practice the ability of being conscientious of their needs. So I keep on hearing, and yet I see you with a bunch of energy around you like this. If you're finally holding up some kind of boundaries and you've got a lot of energy saying, "What's gotten into you? Why won't you let me be nice to you?" That is why, right? It is not nice to insist. And it's not love if you're just doing something that feels good to you and it doesn't feel good to another person. And I feel like there's something about this that you need to clarify to some energy around you. And then the thing that's frustrating me is it definitely feels like it's more than one, you know, like having to say to someone, the moment, like courtesy, chivalry, like we have to get back to chivalry. Chivalry is understanding that it's not about how we feel, it's not about hurting feelings. It's about respecting another person's feelings. And sometimes when we have to be respectful of another person's feelings, it creates sadness in us. But that's the sadness of honoring another's choices, not the sadness of saying you're making me feel like, like this is what we mean. Healthy spirituality is understanding the ability to navigate rough feelings, but not take something personally, is what I keep on seeing. Um, so I feel like, don't I keep wondering, like, don't let energy, I feel like don't let energy bully you in this way, you know? Like it really does. It feels like, I feel like you're trying to get away from some bullying energy. And the problem with bullying energy is often it's like someone who does not, when you tell them something, they just act like they haven't heard it, or they just proceed regardless. So don't let someone get you into a place of being exhausted, right? Identify someone that's not being respectful of your boundaries. And often the only way you can show them is, like, sometimes the only way someone learns to respect another person's boundaries is when they hear the song of someone's feet walking away from them. You cannot bring consistency to inconsistency to heal it. All you do, you cannot bring consistency to inconsistency to heal it. All you do is solidify it. So make sure you're not staying in spaces that you're not being energetically respected. You don't have to convince someone why they should be respecting you. Your job is to observe if they are, and if they're not, move away from them and continue to move away from them until they respect you more. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I can see this is difficult. You know, it's not the fact like I see this. It's like having to navigate disappointment. I see at least I feel like this is you breaking a karmic cycle here. You know, that when we those moments that we say like the question that you have to say on some of these if this is happening is not why are they treating me like this. The question your higher self says is not what do I have to do to make them change. It's why are you remaining in places where someone is not treating you the way that they should. The holy song of I will take my business elsewhere is what I keep on hearing. Embrace the holy song of I will take my business elsewhere, which is not trying to convince someone why they should honor you. It's just it's just recognizing whether they do and making your choices. Like let that be your pivot. Let your pivot be their lesson is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much for having this reading with me, Bryn. And if this message connects to you as well, it's very common, and it's not your fault. I can see it even now. You're an incredibly empathetic person, but this is the thing with empathetic energy, right? Thank you so much. It's not that space. You don't have to educate on someone on how it is to be respective. Like let the sound of your pivot be the energetic lesson. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Brandon. If this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. I've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps, pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person on the list for today is Michelle or Lisa. I'm looking for Michelle or Lisa. Michelle or Lisa, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. And friends, we're at 50K. Lisa, hold your question for a moment, dear. We got to 50K, so I just want to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. All right. We're doing personal readings right now, Bamboo. All right. I love that. It's not yours to clean. Exactly, Kath. Hi there, Kana. Like Kath said, not my mess to clean. I need to stop trying so hard to fix it all. Well, it's not that, like, here's the thing. No, and I think that this is why you saw the appearance of the person there. It's making sure that you're doing the work with someone that's willing to learn, right? It's recognizing the difference in the energy between someone that's like not perfect but willing to learn versus someone who just figures that you'll take care of it, you know? Thank you as well, Peter. Lots of shorts. Yep. Phoenix, I have a very little dream recall. Some suggest spiritual. No, I mean, like, yeah, guides protecting has been a big thing, Phoenix. You know what? I always like to point out I can do dream interpretation even if you have snippets of the dream. I also work with my clients when we're doing, like, when we purchase dream packages to see if we can improve recall. Like we work through a lot of trying to identify what the blockage is. Sometimes it's astrological. Like I've got a lot of fires in me, and it's hard for me to remember my dreams for that reason. It's hard for me to bring them back. I have heavenly dreams the last few nights, enjoying them as long as they last. That's beautiful, Smush. Thank you as well, Kana. Nikki, I'm going to look into guilt versus survivor's guilt. You're so welcome, Nikki. Thank you. The face. I know. I'm sorry. It was a lot of people. Why is this so accurate? Same, same, so same, and same. I'm looking at, I'm looking at a different area to me. I feel like a change of location, Bryn, like may help because it does feel a little bit like what the heck. Like it does feel like the vibe where you are right now is not immaculate. Is what I'm getting. The vibe is not immaculate. Thank you as well. You're so welcome, Bamboo. Lisa, you're next year. We were looking for you. Grand Rising, Fig. It must be an error for a moment. Thank you as well, Kana. It reminds me of Biscuit. It's not a high horse when everyone is invited to come up. Exactly. It's not. If if it's the same thing that it's not selfish. If it's the same thing you would give another person. Sending you support, Kana. Moon, I hear the sound of someone walking away from you. Those words are golden. Thank you, Moon. You're so welcome, Brent. I'm so glad that that helped. All right. You have a great day too, Kana. I know it's Bailey. Everybody's it's. I told you this Gemini energy can be a little exhaustive. Remember, listen fully. Don't talk to yourself that way. Those with learning disabilities can learn. It just takes more work, right? You never want. Don't talk to yourself so negatively, right? They're just different challenges. Sending you support on that journey. Hi there, Phoenix. I have a Leo stellium with Lilith in my first. I haven't looked at other fire placements. How does this reduce dream recall? I mean, it's just, I feel like those who have a lot of water placements have really good dream recall because you're already like, you're able to like go in and out of the dream space. Like fire, sometimes like I like to describe for me the way I get like, and again, this is just me. For me, it's like the things I try to bring back, like they burn up on entry. It's like, woof, you know? All right. Okay, so we got to our 50K giveaway. Thank you guys so much for helping us reach our milestone. I am going to be thinking of a number right now between, I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and, I'm thinking of a number right now between 1 and 47. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in an order different than you guys have. Nope. No. 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 Oh, Nikki! Congratulations, dear. You got it. Thank you guys so much for participating. We'll be doing that again when we get to 100K. Nikki, I know you just had a reading, so let me know if you'd like to hold that for tomorrow. Next person on the list for today is Lisa. If anyone else wants to get on the list for today, we've got 3 more spots today before the list will be closed. Amazing. Congratulations, dear. 13. You were close, Ava. All right. Lisa, let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And just a reminder, if anyone else gets on the list today, we've got 3 spots. Oh, you're going to do it today. Wonderful. Before the list is closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. And if you have information that is relevant for today's reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can post it in, or you can post it in, if you're a subscriber, over in our subscriber only Discord channel in the appropriate channels. Part one. Oh boy. Okay. And Estevan, thank you for renewing your subscription. And guys, make sure if you're joining me today that you make sure to recharge and your heart me's for my team, because once we finish today's reads, I will be doing one card readings for subscribers, and anyone who's also on my team will also be receiving an animal spirit guide card today. Thank you for the compliment, Bailey. Lisa, part one. One moment, dear. Hold on. All right, where were we? Part one. I'm finding myself between energies, and my being is having an extremely difficult time. Yeah, that's like peak Gemini issues right now. Part two. Can we unpack a message from my higher self about this current confusing guilt, grief energy? Yep, no problem. All right. Can I please get 4 cards? Oh, you got 5 cards. We're going to read all of them because that's what we do. I mean, this is an old wound, though, is what I'm getting. I don't know if you, I don't know if you, I need to point this out when we were talking about this. Um, I keep on describing, like, we've got this, like, one of the reasons we're feeling a little bit of exhaustion right now is we've got a little bit of this, like, war wound coming up that I'm seeing. Venus is, like, right on top of Chiron, and Saturn's right next to Neptune, which means a lot of old feelings are rising up right now. There's a lot of emotionality, but I feel like the conversation that I'm seeing has to do, um, like like I keep on hearing that the solution to whatever you're feeling right now is the understanding that you need to start identifying yourself as something precious, because there is some energy that when they have something precious, they don't feel. They feel anxiety. They feel fear. And so they say, I cannot let this person know how precious they are to me. Okay? There is some energy I know it sounds wild. There is some energy that exists in the space that the way that they treat the thing that is most precious to them is worse than they would just treat than they would just treat like a normal person, because there it's like they project the anxiety onto the thing that they hold preciously, right? It's the volatility of emotions, right? That creates that pain. And so I see some kind of connection here with you and another person that's incredibly complicated. Like there's some kind of pain. But and again, like if you're asking me if there was love there, like yeah, there's probably love. But if someone is not in a healthy space and they care about us, that can sometimes be the worst thing. Because if someone is not in control of their emotions and they feel strongly for us, what they give us does not feel like love. Like I've got a guy that's trying to say there's some energy that is not safe to love. And I know that's painful. I know that's a harsh reality to navigate. And this is also why we heal. We heal so that our love feels like love. And I just keep on seeing, and like, I've got a moment, like this is just going to be something that's going to come up on your life path. It's okay to say, I am recovering from a situation with someone I cared about deeply who was not safe to love. Because when we truly, and this is the thing I keep on hearing, because you've got a guide on the other side that's saying this, when we truly care about each other, when we truly love ourselves, we fix this. We fix this. We identify that. And we don't say, you're not safe with me. You say, I'm going to make it my business to be someone who is safe to love. Because I just keep on seeing that the energy that's for you is going to be a protector. They are someone who is going to take care of you. That when they feel the expansive emotion, they're not going to allow it to be one that they're projecting their fear onto you. They're going to protect you from their fear. Because this is what we do when we love. When we truly love, we protect each other from our fears. We don't take it out on each other. And if you're feeling a lot of that modality of being pulled in different directions, I keep on seeing that this has to do with the fact that, again, you've got to, this is painful. But again, I keep on hearing your heart has room to hold these facets. Your heart has enough room. Like this is what we do as we heal, to say that there was these experiences that we say care about someone, that says it's, you can still hold that care, but that person's not safe to care about, while still making room for the energy of what is for you, what feels like it is supportive to you. Because I keep on hearing like this is where your Chiron lives. You got Chiron and Venus, which is saying you have to come into the space of recognizing, often, like again, we've got the Chiron and Venus, which says healing from situations and circumstances where you may hold a lot of care for someone, but you come into the space of identifying the fact that that is not healthy for you. And when we have not healed, there's like, we heal so that, again, our love doesn't feel like the projection of pain, right? Because that's the difference between another person that says, like coming into that space of saying, like, I care about you. It's not about how much we care, it's how much work we've done on ourselves so that our care feels like love. Bottom of the deck. Oh, you got another card here. And again, I keep on seeing like it's working through the volatility of the fact that often that feels energetically unfair. It's painful, right? The heart doesn't stop caring when we experience something like that. This is what we call trauma, because it's not the space. And I need to point this out. You know, relationships often do not end and begin in the modality where we look at another person and say, I've stopped loving you. That's frequently not the case. Frequently, it is the extenuating circumstances in relationality to what it would take to love another person. But I keep on hearing the difference is the observation between whether someone is capable and willing to do that work. And I'm going to say this right now. If these are circumstances or situations where you are moving forward into something healthy, if you are moving into a space where you are happy and another person is coming towards you at this time, bringing unresolved feelings, if this is something that is happening in the tangible plane, I want you to navigate the difference between someone that comes towards you in a space of lack, someone who knows that you're waiting for something, versus someone that comes towards you when they see you moving towards happiness and they feel the need to interrupt it. I feel like there's something really important. I keep on hearing count the days that someone had or that you gave them to fix it. Because I keep on seeing that there's something about this, a healthy amount of time that was put there for a reason, is what I keep on hearing. Notice there's a tremendous difference between someone who recognizes that we are available to fix something and someone who only tries to fix something when they know that we are not. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It's 3 cards for a donation of, yeah, you're so welcome. I know, pay attention. You're so welcome, dear. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message, and again, if someone's doing that as they see you moving towards your bliss, let that serve as further confirmation that nothing has changed. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, dear. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Because if that's the case, that's someone who's literally, their love is complication. All right. Next person on the list for today is Michelle. Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Oh, apologies. Expensive. Are you here, dear? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Expensive is next. All right. If you'd like to get on the list, Tasha, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. I've got 3 more spots today. All right. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Thank you for the compliment, Bailey. And thank you, K8, for the gifts. Thank you, Esteban, for the compliment. Oh, sending you support, Stefanica. No, I see it, dear. Sending you support as well, AR. You're so welcome. Yep. Thank you for confirmation on what I was seeing, Lisa. I've always had immense love for them and always will, but it's not where I'm headed. Nothing's changed. Sending you so much support, dear. Okay, absolutely. No problem. All right. I'm looking for expensive or Michelle. Expensive or Michelle. Expensive or Michelle, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Yes. Yeah, Michelle, it's you, dear. And as I mentioned, guys, if anyone else wants to get on the list, this is a great time to get on the list. You'll be the next person read for. We've got 3 more spots today. 3 more spots if you would like to get on the list and secure a spot on the list. And friends, we are at 60K likes. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. And if you have information that's relevant for today's reading, for instance, if you have a dream that you would like interpreted or a past life you would like more information on, you can include that information in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a member of if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord channel. Excellent. So Moon, are we just doing highest priority messages from Spirit? Just let me know. Thank you for confirmation, dear. All right. And Natasha, thank you for getting on the list. All right. We've got 2 more spots on the list for today. If anyone else wants to get on the list, 2 more spots, please do so sooner rather than later. All right, perfect. Where were we? All right, can I get highest priority messages from Spirit, please? Highest priority messages from Spirit for Moon. Hmm. I feel like there's some kind of confusing energy around you. This is like hot and cold. This is like back and forth. Um, I feel like there's a lot of this. I want you to be really conscientious of like someone coming towards you in the space of their own inclination, which is like, it's like I keep on hearing, we don't build relationships. I'm sorry. I just needed to pause because Strega just like ate it. Like I don't know if you heard that noise, but she just, Sphinx cats are not always the most graceful. But you know, we don't build relationships on inclination. You're not someone like, if someone's saying you're their dream come true, but they're not being consistent with you. Um, you know, it says to me that, someone can't navigate the fact that you're like I feel like there's a lot of energy that gravitates to you because of the fantasy, but it's giving you the type of energy, and you really hold on. She's just hold on a sec. I need to take care of this. Girlfriend, what are you doing? You okay? All right. But I mean, this is inclusive in the dream that we're having, which is like you don't need someone who feels like you're their dream. You need someone that can hold on. Oh, girlfriend, you okay? All right. You need someone that can navigate the fact that you're a reality, you know? And that's the thing I keep on seeing here. Like this feels like someone like in some kind of fantasy land. And what's difficult about, like it's like the difference between someone that like says that they want a healthy relationship versus someone that understands what it takes to get there. Um so and I keep on hearing a healthy relationship is one that doesn't require you to have to be perfect all the time. A relationship is not where we go to be perfect. A relationship is where we go to learn. And if this is like and this is what I mean, like I just almost see some kind of relationship where someone like keeps getting closer to you and then running away, you know, and this is why when like you have to navigate whether they're ready to like meet their dream, because this is often why like those who meet their dream miss it, because if we haven't healed from our relationship of home, we see the future in someone's eyes and we get scared and we run in the opposite direction. Like it's not your responsibility to have to like patiently wait for someone to like get their act together, is what I keep on hearing, you know? Because this almost feels like somebody who's like decided in like some way, shape, or form that, like I see someone being like, "Are you still there? Like you're my dream, but like I'm not ready to settle down. So I just want to make sure like none of this wait for me. This is not, I keep on hearing this is not the Odyssey. This is not the energy that says, like when I'm finally done my adventures, when I'm nothing but skin and bones, I'll come back to settle down. You know, I keep on hearing like, your manifestation is not another person's retirement home. It shouldn't have to be a conversation as to them saying like when they're ready, because sometimes like that's the thing about it. Energy like this, like they see partnership like as a place to settle down instead of growing. Like this is none of this, like you don't I keep on hearing you don't need to sow your wild oats before you go into a relationship. That's how you miss everything. And I feel like that's what I mean. Like that's why I feel like Strega was like getting sick, because Strega's like, it's having to understand the fact, like, and that's why like not having to be there to like, I keep on seeing like having to have a conversation with someone and say like, I don't want to be like the consolation in terms of what you turn to when you're done having fun. I don't want to be like, I don't want to be the last option in relationality to something. So I feel like you have to like make sure you're having practical conversations um in relationality to like what like the timeline between you and another person, especially if this is some kind of situation where they keep coming towards you and then like like getting cold feet, or some kind of situation where someone keeps on saying to you like you're everything I ever wanted, but they're not coming towards you with any sense of consistency. Make sure that they're not creating some kind of blockage in order for you to be able to achieve that, right? Like a healthy manifestation is not one that keeps you perpetually waiting patiently. It's one that you want the same things on the same timeline. You do it together. Because something about this here, like I said, you shouldn't have someone saying like, I promise when I'm done having fun, you're who I'm coming to, right? Because I just see like by the time that person gets their act together, you know, they're going to be looking outside instead of in. Um, Bottom of the deck, yeah, Page of Pentacles. You know, this is giving me like a lot of Peter Pan energy around someone. And like the Peter Pan energy, like looks at partnership. Um, like they look at partnership like it's like the end of everything. Partnership is where everything begins. And this is why often the energy that feels like partnership is the end of everything ends up alone in the end, because that space of saying, well, when I finally like worn out all of my options, then I'll finally come to you. It's like that's not romantic, it's tragic. It's not the story of someone saying like, I was thinking about you the whole time. Like that's why Strega was getting sick. There's nothing more disgusting than someone who says, I know I'm doing all these things, but I'm just thinking about you, every moment. Because it's the difference between someone saying like, it was always you, but I also didn't want you there because you being there would ruin it. I just want you to be there as like a fantasy in my head instead of a reality. You know, I keep on hearing, don't let someone make you their secret. Don't let someone keep you in the space of being their secret, which means they're constantly coming to you, building your hope, getting you all excited about the possibilities of someday being together, when everything they're doing in the tangible reality is everything but coming towards you, right? You're not someone's fantasy, you're their reality. And if someone keeps on saying to you, I can't stop thinking about you, but everything they're doing in their actions is pointing in the second direction, remember that's exactly what's happening. You know, they're keeping you on a shelf for the time that they're finally ready for that. You are not another person's retirement plan. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to be on the list, we've got 3 spots open today before the list will be closed. Next person on the list for today is, I'm looking for Expensive or Natasha. And I'll tell you right now, Moon, if this is someone that keeps on saying, I'm not ready, like if every time you try to have a conversation with them about what the future holds, they move away. And if they say now's not the time, you say, when's the next time we can have this conversation? Right? They make plans with you ahead of time or not at all. They start they start talking about what they want with you on certain dates, or those are pipe dreams. Okay. And the way you can identify the difference between a pipe dream and a date is when you can put a date on it, right? It should be on a calendar if it's actually a manifestation. Thank you so much, Moon. All right. And guys, we are at 67.4K likes. When we get to 50K, 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. But if you'd like to get on the list is open. Make sure you claim your spot sooner rather than later, because it will be closing the list shortly. Hi there, Leah. Thank you for the follow. This applies, I feel. The cat, yeah, the cat eating, and I mean, yeah, someone who begs like attention. It's like a real distraction from something more important. Yeah. Thank you for the compliment, Witches. Good to see you. Guys, make sure you give Witches a follow. Wonderful reader. So good to see you, dear. As well as in relationship, I just fled. Thank you for confirmation, Moon. Yep. Received. Thank you for having that reading. Sending you so much support on that journey. Hi there, Tasha. Got you, General. To get on the list, Angie, all you need to do is send the donation and you'll be added to the list. All right. We are doing a general right now for Tasha. General for Tasha. One moment. And just a reminder, if you have information that is relevant for the purposes of our reading, you can include it. You can either include it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can post it in our Discord in the allocated channels. All right, where were we? One moment. Can I please get 3 cards for Tasha? You know, I just keep on seeing that there's something I'm identifying here. Um, you have to carve some time out for doing something. Like they're just saying to me that there's something here. I almost see you kind of like working to some point of expectation. Whatever this is, you're not going to find the time for it. You have to make the time. It has to stop. You've got to stop letting it be the last thing you do. It has to start being the first thing you do. You know, um, this feels like I feel like you're trying to bring some kind of change, and that's the problem. Like when we're trying to, like I keep on hearing, you know, when we're trying to change our lives, we have to be resistant in the face of the life that we're living. I need you to write that down. When I'm trying to change my life, I have to be resistant in the life that I'm living, which means you have to make some time every day to where, like, to the direction that that life is. You have to start, you have to start setting aside some time every day to allow the context to be able to change something. Because if you keep on saying, I keep on waiting for the time to change my life, you're not going to find it. If you want to change your life, you have to be resistant in the life that you're currently living. It can't be the last thing that you have to do. It has to be the first thing. And I keep on seeing if others around you are not respective of that, then they're not respective of your change, right? You don't have to tell everybody your business. You don't have to tell anybody anything. If they're not going to be respective of it, if they're going to make fun of it, then they're not coming with you, is what I keep on hearing. Because when energy really appreciates what we're trying to do, right? When we dedicate ourselves to something that is important to us, they don't laugh at us. They say, "What do you need? How can I help you?" So I keep on hearing, if you're in the midst of that, you don't have to tell everybody your business. You don't have to tell anybody what you're doing. You can keep it to yourself until you're ready to navigate that shift. Because I just got this energy around you. Like, you know, like the song you will hear as you're moving away from trauma and trying to change is, who do you think you are? Right? Don't you don't need to don't explain yourself to trauma. Don't defend yourself to trauma. Recognize who is moving in the who's in the direction of supporting you as you try to make a huge change, and recognize the energy that is doing everything in their power to keep you from changing. Um, and I can see why it's hard, because I feel like you're breaking a lot of unhealthy cycles right now, and the song you will hear when you're breaking unhealthy cycles is, when are you going to stop doing that? This is just a phase. This isn't going to last. Like, these are all the self-limiting beliefs that trauma will say to you as you're trying to do this stuff, which is why you don't have that's why I said, like, I hear like a guide saying, you don't have to tell the trauma anything. You don't have to tell the trauma anything. If that's what they're saying, you don't need to tell them. Okay? They'll never understand. Your job is not to convince the trauma why something that you're doing is important. Your job is to do it anyway, and to be consistent doing it, and to do it every day. Um, because and here's the thing. If you're looking into a space for approval where historically you've never found approval, like that in itself, you can't look at something confusing and ask to find logic there. Because I just see, even now, it feels like some kind of energy that, you know, like, it's giving me the energy of someone projecting a lot of their anger outside of them in ways that, the best. And don't come into that point of reactivity either, is what I'm seeing. you know don't match energy if someone's giving you something that isn't healthy. Be the bigger person. Walk away. Like, remember, like, your job right now is understanding that peace isn't found, it's made. And when you're feeling like that, don't work in terms of teaching someone a lesson. Work on protecting your peace. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, not everybody needs to know your business. And again, often energy trying to provoke you will try, like, you can't, like, will come towards you in a confusing way, just to have attention. Unhealthy energy will move in confusing ways because they want attention without giving intention. If someone's coming towards you in a way that's not okay, your job is not to try to make it make sense. Your job is to recognize whether it does. So make sure that you're, like, not letting someone, cause that conflict, or waste your time, or make you spin your wheels navigating their drama, right? Like, often, like this, like energy like this, like, let your response be the sound of your feet walking away. Thank you so much for having that reading. Like, yeah, I keep on hearing the song of you protecting your peace is the sound of your feet walking away. The sound of you protecting your peace is the sound of your feet walking away. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, I've got 2 spots left for today before the list will be closed. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind, there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Angie, all you do to make a donation is head over to my tree that has links in it in my bio, and you can send it there. Next person on the list for today is Andrea. Andrea, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general or if you have a specific question. You took a nap with me today. I'm so glad. I'm glad that you're resting too. Hi there, Andrea. How are you doing today? All right. Thank you as well, V. Thanks for the help today, which is good to see you, dear. All right. And Pops, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. I do have readings, Andrea, and you're next. Excellent. Hi there, Bridget. Good to see you. Especially when you ask for their help and they dismiss you. Yep. I'm new to this. Yep. All you do, Angie, is head over my tree that's links in it and send the donation. My dad used to say that to me growing up. Who do you think you are? Thank you so much. Sending you so much support on that journey, Ella. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. I'm so glad that you're out in the sun, V. You're so welcome, Tasha. All right. These are hitting for sure. And guys, we're at 73K. When we get to 100K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 100K in no time. I need to hear about my current relationship right now. 4 cards, please, for Andrea. Highest prayer and messages from Spirit. One more. I see someone trying really hard to change. I see someone trying very hard to change. Um, but it's not easy. Um, I feel like this is giving me the energy. It feels like somebody who like made some kind of like massive mistake. And I keep on hearing somebody say like I want to like I feel like I see somebody trying to navigate like wishing that they could take something back. Like I just see someone saying I wish I could do like I wish there was something I could do to show you like how much I wish something didn't happen. And it almost but here's the thing, it almost feels a little bit I see someone here that's like this is like it almost I want to say like I keep on hearing someone say I was not in the right state of mind, you know? Like someone keeps on trying to articulate the fact that there was some kind of extraneous variable involved, but I almost see a situation of another person saying, you know, like that in itself is the issue, you know? Like it's the articulation of the fact that someone feels like when like they don't have control over something. Um, and I keep on hearing that like that in itself is effectively like that is the issue. It's like if someone is saying, I keep on hearing like the thing about it is if someone says like I didn't know what I was doing, like they need to be in a space where they can't do that anymore. Because it's like it's almost like why would you let yourself get to a certain space where you didn't know what you were doing, you know? Like it's like we trust I keep on hearing it's like a conversation of having to say to another, like we trust each other because of our judgment. And it's like I almost see a situation of you like looking at someone saying, why would you put yourself in a situation where you would allow yourself to be in such a state of mind that your judgment would be so like detrimentally affected. Um, I feel like you have to have a conversation with them about this. You know, I feel like there's something to be identified, um, as it relates to, you know, like, and I need to stress this. If somebody like, and this is the thing you have to say to somebody, if somebody says, "I have no control," that is them literally saying, "I need help with it," right? Like the minute someone says, "I have no control," it becomes okay for them to get help with it. And I feel like you have to say to someone like, "Look, and if you guys are going through a moment where you're like, you're never going to let me live this down, and you're saying to them, well, I'm not going to let you live this down because I'm absolutely confident it's going to happen again, then yeah, like there needs to be a conversation about, again, an apology is a plan. Like we don't apologize and say it'll never happen again. We apologize by saying this is the plan I have put in place to avoid that from ever being a possibility of something that you have to experience again. And so I would say, like with something like this, I think it's really important that there has to be some kind of outside intervention, right? And if they're not willing to do that work, like you may have to talk to them about the fact that the fear of it not being an if, like this isn't something like you can't force someone into that space. They have to be able to willingly navigate that. But you can say to them like, "Look, I'm here to support you with it. Like I'll do it with you, but you have to want this as much as I do. And if you want to fix this, like that is the energetic fix." Um because I just keep on seeing if this is someone saying like, let's just pretend it never happened, like the way like the song you will hear when something will definitely happen again is let's just pretend it never happened, because that's the space of saying let's just like let's not work on why it happened, and let's avoid the reasons why it did, which means it's like it's just waiting for the other shoe to drop. So make sure that you have that, like make sure that you see them applying themselves in that way. Make sure that they're recognizing like what potentially caused them to be in such a like a poor judgment space, because I keep on hearing the healing comes in them never allowing themselves to get in that poor judgment space again. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially with the 3 of swords. I think there's something to observe here, um, in relationality to whether there is something that you can also let go of. And here's the thing, I know this is painful. Sometimes we have those moments where something hurts too much and we can't move past it, you know? But the observation, like making sure that you don't grow bitter in a situation where you're saying like I can't let go of you, but I can't let go of this. So you don't create that volatile combination of like being in a situation where you're afraid to let go of someone, but it also hurts being around them because every moment is a reminder of what happened. Make sure you're identifying if there is a possibility of healing, right? Because, and it's okay. Like sometimes we have to honor the pain and say, like, look, I know that you want to restore from this, but I can't. Like, that's not a failure point. Because the issue, especially with trust wounds, is I like to describe trust is like paper. When we break trust, when we crumple up a piece of paper, we can try to lay it flat again. But even our best attempts to do so, there's always going to be those marks there. So make sure that you're identifying if there is some kind of realistic path that another person can take to restore something. Because you don't want to create a space that you say, yeah, we're just going to do this. You're going to be making it up for me to me forever. And there's nothing that you can do to ever fix it, because that just creates a lot of pain for both of you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Andrea. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the next person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. We're going to move into 1 card readings for subscribers. If you're a subscriber and would like a card pulled, go ahead and put your question in the comments. If you would like to become a subscriber, just hit my name at the bottom of the screen and hit that subscribe button. All right, and if you are a subscriber, go ahead and put your question in the comments. Also, if you have joined my team, not only will you have your 1 card reading, I will also be pulling a card from you from our Animal Oracle card decks. Oh, you did? Angie, can you just send me the note, the initial on where you sent the donation, please? I just need the, and also the same creative. Thank you. Did you send it too? All right, Heather, thank you for getting on the list. Oh, great, excellent. Can you give me the date, creative? And I'll be happy to put you on the list. And one moment. Oh, you have it. Isn't it great? I love it, witches. Perfect. 1 card, Spirit, for Bridget, please. All right. Thank you so much. And Angelica, I've got you on the list. Perfect. All right. And the list is closed. One card for Bridget, please. Spirit led. Don't get in ridiculous conversations. Like if someone's not making sense, you don't have to have that conversation with them. Yeah. Like this is saying to me, like, don't let someone try to come back into your life with a confusing conversation, is what I keep on seeing. Animal spirit guide. Yeah, the cow. Right? It feels like the interrupting cow, which is like someone who just like appears and like asks a weird question and being like, what? Instead of like addressing like the elephant in the room, is what I see. Like don't let someone change the subject. All right. Angela, Heather, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Wednesday. Creative, the list is closed today, but if it's Wednesday, I've got you. Yeah, you got the 100K. I can do you first tomorrow. All right. Hi there, and Theo. Best advice today in order to connect with people and have the most positive experience. Whoop. Yeah, it's saying to me, don't be afraid. Like, don't be afraid of putting yourself out there. It's giving me a little bit of this like go big or go home energy. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. Like I keep on hearing like overcome your own feeling of embarrassment as it relates to like introductions. Like be willing to break the ice is what I see. Yeah, especially with the hair energy. Assume other people are as shy as you are. All right. 1 card for Ella around communicating with Elle, please. Don't like do what you can, but don't push too hard is what I see. Yeah, if you've given someone the map and the flashlight, be like, look, I'd love to do this, but I don't want to overstep, is what I keep on hearing. 1 card. Yeah, especially with the sow, right? Giving the possibility, planting the seeds. but also not like forcing something. You're so welcome, Angie. One card for Ava. Ooh, on accessing the Akashic record. How assistance there. Um, it's interesting because I feel like it's like you'll have more. You're. I feel like you're already accessing it because you fulfilled some aspect of a soul contract. It becomes easier when we've completed certain like identifying like what like yeah like it's giving me a lot of like state your business, like so long as you're doing so in a way I keep on seeing of like identify I keep on hearing like working out why you need something is what I see is actually going to help you get access on something, so potentially like talking about like why like what like make sure you're writing exactly what you're looking for. Yeah, especially with the adder energy. You might want to do this like before, like right upon waking or right before you go to sleep. Thank you, Ava. Thank you for the help, witches. Oh, I know. I was waiting for you, dear. The list is closed, but again, if you can be here tomorrow at 8 a.m., like I'll put you first on the list right now. Okay. Yes, one card on why I've struggled with being on time. Um, It's interesting. I feel like there's something about your Gemini placements and feeling like you have more of it or trying to do many things at once. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, it's interesting because I just keep on seeing you've got to like, um, you've got to kind of look at time. You have to like start looking at time and saying you have to be at places an hour earlier than you think you do. Is what I keep on seeing. You're too overly ambitious with what you can accomplish in a short space of time. Yeah, salmon, right? Like you have to hold yourself like um I feel like you get like there's a lot of energy that like pulls on you as you're trying to go somewhere. So I keep on hearing like heal it by just like correcting it and being like trying to show up like an hour earlier everywhere is going to get you there right on time. Is how you're going to heal it. It's like just understanding that it's something that like you are here in some way to kind of heal your relationship to time. Do you have a lot of Aries placements? This can happen for Aries too. One card V for handling frustration and overstimulation. I've got the Five of Cups in its reversal. Um, Everything is going according to plan. Yeah, you've got a guide saying, what if everything's going according to plan? How does that change your perspective on things? What if everything's going according to plan? Especially with the owl. You can't miss anything that's for you. Chrissy, one card about their feelings and the connection. Um, I see someone that wants some kind of new start. You know, I see somebody thinking about it or trying to figure out like if there could be one. Bottom of the deck. I feel like this is someone who has a hard time talking about their emotions. You know, I see someone who's like, I wish I could just start without talking about what happened. But I would not be surprised this type of energy that just tries to reach out like nothing happened. But I almost see like the space of you being like like something about that being the issue itself is what I see. Yeah, like it almost feels like someone hoping that enough time passes that you can just forget something and you guys can have a restart. But that's the thing with the Ren energy. It's like it's not about time doesn't heal things. Time creates a bookmark, not a chalkboard erase moment. Hi there, channeling. Thank you. Pigs are involved in their work life. Oh, wow, that's fascinating. I'm still waiting for Heather. Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question? Bailey, one card. I'm scared I'm not meant to have a romantic life partner. One card for Bailey. It's not true. You are. You're building towards it. And I think one of the things that you need to heal is like, and I keep on saying, even if you don't, that's okay too. Right? Like one of the ways I'm seeing you healing this is coming into space of saying, even if so, that's okay too. Because it's not, it's like I see you like kind of coming to that space of trying to build into the space of saying nice to have, but don't not need to have, right? Finding the fulfillment. Ask yourself, what do you feel like you are looking to have fulfilled in partnership that you can't bring to yourself in the process? One card for Bailey. Yeah, the cow, right? He's giving me a lot of like, I can buy my own flowers. Like, what is it that you're feeling, that you're fearing that you can find in a partner that you can't give to yourself? You're so welcome, Ava. Smush smush. One card for the person I met last night. Ooh, a beautiful start of a beautiful relationship is what I see. A lot of alignment there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you guys have a lot of shared perspective on things. It feels serendipitous. Highest priority? Yeah, adder. Very much in alignment energy, very aligned energy to you. Very much similar life paths. One card for Queen. Ace of Wands in its reversal. Don't, you're not late for something. Just start being more consistent with what you're doing. Yeah, you can't wait for inspiration, right? Whatever this is, you have to move it out of inspiration into daily routine. Bottom of the deck, or animals. Oh, thank you so much. Queen of Swords, animal spirit guide. Yeah, the owl. You know, you're not going to find the time. You have to make the time. All right. Second call right now for Heather. If Heather's not here, oh, I got you, Heather. I think I might be getting filtered. Can you repeat your question, dear? I see it. Oh, the dream interpretation in Discord. Thank you. Outside T. I see it here. All right. And guys, for anyone who would like an animal spirit card, make sure that you are getting your, make sure that you're filling in your fan. Like, make sure that you're getting those heart me's. Ace of Pentacles, 810. Focus on what's practical right now. Just listen, you're in manifestation mode. Yeah, don't worry about what's not happening. A lot of things can be happening under the surface right now. Just continue to be consistent in something that you're doing. Yeah, especially with the boar. The consistency pays off. Something that you're doing that's hard, like it's going to be hard until you have a breakthrough. So keep on being persistent with it. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation for Heather. All right, I got you, Heather. I had a dream and I am running. I was running away and being chased. There were buildings. I was with someone, but don't know who and don't know who I was being chased by. There was more, but I can't remember. I remember I had to get away from whoever was chasing me. 4 cards, please, for Heather. I feel like there's something about you healing an intimacy wound about this dream around chasing. I feel like, have we read on this before? Because the thing is, especially if you're starting to heal from the desire to chase after those who are like avoidant, you know, and this is what we talk about with like the wound behind the wound. I almost feel like there's some kind of situation or circumstance right now that you're starting to build into healthy relationship, and it's having to navigate the anxiety of what it feels like when someone's moving towards you, right? That starts to create that feeling of not having somewhere to run. Because I just keep on seeing that there's something about your path. Like if you were reaching out to those that were inaccessible, when someone's like emotionally inaccessible, it's a safe space because we have to chase after them. We can choose how much space is there. And often when we start to heal from that and we start building towards the connections of those who are like coming towards us, it can create a lot of those anxieties of creepiness or feeling like we don't have anywhere to hide. So I feel like there's something about this dream that is articulating and amplifying upon a shift that you're having as it relates to building into healthier relationships. But the difficulty point is when you build into the healthy relationship is it feels like it's bringing out some avoidant tendencies within you because it's the identification point of feeling like, again, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, that sense of consistency can somehow bring out. I would be curious about your Sagittarius placements because this feels like a very Sagittarian read. Bottom of the deck on this reading, especially with the 9 of Pentacles in its reversal. I just see you unpacking something to a certain degree as it relates to healing some kind of childhood wound. Like there's something about this dream. I feel like there was something about your childhood where it wasn't safe to allow another person to be close to you, or having to heal something here, which is why I keep on seeing that like there was this space of the wound that was created in the first place, where you were potentially reaching out to those that were inaccessible. But they're actually saying that the reason that you're having some of this dream right now is because you've had a breakthrough. You've like healed or unlocked that trauma in some way. And it's hard because like it's helping you feel the vibration of what it's going to feel like when you build into the healthy relationship, because I feel like it's going to have to create that space where it kind of allows you to recognize that it's safe to put your guard down. And I feel like this is most important in the space of the understanding in this dream, that you're describing the fact that you were running and you were being chased, but you did describe the fact that you did not know by who, or you didn't know who you were chased by. There was no harm in the dream. It was just the fact of someone chasing you, trying to get into proximity to you, that was creating a lot of these feelings, which would give us further indication that this is something that the guides are bringing forth to you to help you heal an abandonment wound as it relates to allowing another person to become close to you. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Heather. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages also to be here to experience them. The next person on the list for today is Angelica. Angelica, if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? All right. You're so welcome, Chrissy. One card for love for Moon. Um, Prioritize energy that prioritizes you. Don't let someone put you on a shelf. Yeah, again, devil card. Don't let someone create confusing feelings by telling you they're everything, you're their everything, while not making any tangible moves to come towards you, is what I keep on hearing. You are not someone's secret. You are their reality, not their secret, is your manifestation. Yeah, especially with the dog, right? Like it's not, you're not someone's dream, you're someone's reality. That you identify the energy that wants to build with you in reality by the loyalty they show you in the terrestrial. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And thank you for becoming a subscriber. Hydration check. I love that. I love that. Thank you so much, witches. You're so welcome, 810. Dwayne, make sure that, yeah, these are subscriber readings, but please make sure that you're getting yourself into safe space, um, and doing what you can to make sure that you're safe. New beginning. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, it felt so soft and fluffy. You're so welcome, Smush. You're so welcome, Bailey. You're so welcome, Heather. My fourth, fifth dream of running. Yeah, you're healing that intimacy wound. My Sagittarius placement in left Neptune, exactly. General, please, right now for Angelica. Thank you. We've got 4 cards coming out. I feel like there's something about being consistent right now. And I keep on seeing there's something you have to do, not because of the results. You have to do it because you want it. And when you first start doing it, you're not going to see the results you expect. I keep on hearing like we build things because we care about them. It's not a time to be result focused. I also see a situation or circumstance that's requiring you to be adaptable, recognizing what you're trying to adjust, recognizing what you're trying to change. Um, don't give up on something here. I keep on seeing there's something that you're like, if like the only thing that's missing is a routine, there's something that you need to start doing more every day and being more consistent with it. Um, and I feel like it's hard because it also says to me like you have to make something, you have to like you have to do something in a bigger way. Like if this is an event you're trying to do or something, I keep on hearing the first time is getting the word out. The first time isn't going to be perfect. The first time, whatever you're trying to do, like that should just be baseline, should be create that consistency point. So allow that consistency to fortify and amplify what it is that you're trying to change. Um, there's something here I keep on seeing too about steady results. Incremental progress is better than something big that goes away. So if something blows up or something like if something starts to take off in a big way, don't grow too fast on something. Manage expectations. And I feel like this is important because I see some kind of demand for something that you're doing. But if there's demand, it's really important to leaving another person wanting more. Navigating those expectations and keeping the quality of something you're doing again and again and again is better than trying to like I keep on seeing trying to rush ahead and do something that you're not ready to do and not doing it well. I keep on hearing this is time for quality control. Make sure that you're not losing quality over quantity, or make sure demand in some way isn't requiring you to lower your own energetic standards. Because something I see, like you can't think about the immediate moment, you have to think long term. So don't rush ahead and do something that feels hasty. Don't change for the sake of change. Be very consistent in the change that you're bringing. And if you're having to make a change right now, don't apologize for it. Say, I've got some exciting news. Like come into the space of being able to tell others that there's some kind of expansion moment that's going to require some point of realignment. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, that's the thing with the devil card and it's upright. I feel like there might be some kind of move imminent. You know, I feel like there's something here that you've changed your mind on, but that's what I meant about making sure that you're not changing for change's sake. Make sure that you're articulating upon what it is that you're trying to do better. Um, and make sure if you're articulating to another person about your like frustration about something, that you're being solution focused, not problem oriented. I keep on getting. Um, if your emotions are not a burden, so long as you're bringing with them your own prescription. And I do feel like you've been doing a lot of work in finding that consistency. Don't like don't rush your progress here. Take the time you need and do it at the pace that feels comfortable for you. Like your mantra right now is I move at my pace. And the energy that's in alignment to you will appreciate that. They're not going to fault you for it. Thank you so much, Angelica, for having that reading with me, and thank you for being us. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. Hi there, Tablet. You're so welcome, Heather. Creative, absolutely. One card, please, on Divine Counterparts Mindset right now. Also, something to Angelica, I keep on hearing around something 3 months, 3 years. So make sure that you're talking about the difference between what you expect as like immediate expansion versus what you expect long term. Everything you're doing right now needs to be built upon 3 months and 3 years. Thank you. All right. Creative, partner's mindset, commitment. It's not going to be a negotiation, is what I keep on hearing. Yeah, they're going to raise your standards. It's not going to feel like you have to pull them across the finish line. They're going to show you what they want, and they're going to hear your manifestations, and they're going to even go further with them. Thank you so much, Creative. Animal Spirit Guide card, please. Yeah, we got the Ram. Like, prepare to have your standards raised. See, Mike, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. And V, thank you for sharing the live. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Spirit led for Kathy, please. Temperance, be patient with yourself right now. Okay? Don't try to rush. Again, a lot of this Gemini energy can feel overwhelming. Do things in the time that it takes to do them. Yeah. Comparison is the thief of joy. Don't compare your path to others right now. Work towards what you're consistent upon. One card, Animal Spirit Guide, especially with the otter. You can't compare something you're doing that's unique. If you're unique, you can't compare your path to others. Thank you for encouraging everyone to get to 100K, Shmush. I needed to hear that. I'm so glad, Angelica. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages. Hearing about realignment leaves me thinking of my back. Sending you so much support, Phoenix. Card for Kelly on the feelings towards you. I've got two cards here. I see someone like who recognizes how you feel in some way, shape, or form. I almost feel like they like it almost feels like someone trying to understand and recognize your choices is what I keep on seeing. Like it's almost like someone trying to figure out a choice that you made. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially as it relates to something from the past, you know, or someone feeling like you didn't give them a choice in something is what I'm identifying. Thank you so much, Angie, for that gift. All right, Lisa, one card on focusing on my manifestations, especially with the moon card in its reversal. Just being honest with yourself. You're exactly where you need to be. Bottom of the deck, you're not late on your own life path. You're exactly where you need to be. So like say like that's what I see. Like it's releasing any feelings of anxiety and relationality to that. And one card, yep, manifestation. What next is what I see, right? Build into what's ahead. Don't worry about so much about the past. One card, spirit led for Claire. Wheel of Fortune. This is a manifestation time for you. Make sure that you're being clear on your manifestations. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, prioritize them. Not just having manifestations, but making sure that you're staying focused on a singular manifestation goal, not changing for change's sake. Thank you, Jeremiah. Friends, we've reached the conclusion of our readings today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you'd like to be notified as to when I've gone live, you can head over to my account and hit that bell. You can also hit you can register directly for the event tomorrow by registering directly for the event. Sometimes this app doesn't like to tell you when I'm live. If you, thank you. Have a beautiful day as well. For anybody who became a subscriber today, welcome. I would encourage you to head over to subscriber only Discord channel, introduce yourself to the collective. We will also make sure if you head over there, there is a coupon for in the perk section for our Tarot Church Library classes. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, June 11th. We will be studying the Temperance card. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Thank you to all of my subscribers, old and new. Thank you for spending your afternoon with me. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And the biggest thank you to my mods. Thank you for all that you do. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.